You're in Braves country.
Drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Oh, my Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing, Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy. sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove in front of Rizzo. It's in time, and the Chicago Cubs win the World Series.
Cubs win! What a lucky break! The good Lord wants the Cubs to win!
How can you not be romantic about baseball? If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam, ding-dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Breen. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country. If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We direct your attention now to home plate.
Please remain standing. We call your attention to our bands here today. They will be jointly directed. And now, another fixture. Our national anthem.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball!
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce today's teams as participants in this historic game.
You're in Braves country.
Good afternoon, Braves country. And for those of y'all on YouTube, there you go. He's back. You can see him on your screen. Craig Kimbrell is back as we welcome in those on TikTok on Braves Country X and those on Facebook on Braves Country Radio, Braves Country Radio on YouTube as well, where we give you all the games. Someone was asking me earlier today if we're doing the game tonight. We are doing the game tonight. We do every game unless Sunday, Death in the Family, so won't be doing the game on Sunday. So, but we'll be back for Monday's game. We're doing tonight's game. It's a late night game, 10:15 first pitch. If you're up and want a little group therapy, jump on to Braves Country Radio on YouTube, where we give you the pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, and same thing on Saturday's game, which will be a 4:10 first pitch. And as far as the Braves country today on Monday, I won't quite be back in town yet, but we are going to drop something. I just haven't figured out how we're going to go all about it, but we are going to drop something, and that will drop at noon your time, noon Eastern, excuse me. So Craig Kimbrell is back. I'll take him off the screen now on Facebook and on YouTube. Obviously, those on TikTok couldn't see it, but good to see everybody in the chat. Harder for me to see the ones over in YouTube, but good to see. Sorry, over in TikTok, but those over in YouTube, good to see John and Heather and Nathaniel and Robert. Happy birthday! I saw it was your birthday today. Helion. Yeah, I looked at that this morning too, John. I saw you put the betting odds. The fact that the Braves are favored in tonight's game is wild. It is absolutely wild. We're on the road. We're playing a team that, for all intents and purposes, are much better than the Braves right now. And whether you believe that as far as the roster goes, whatever. The fact remains the San Francisco Giants are a much better baseball team at this point in the season that the Atlanta Braves are. In fact, they have the last wild card in the National League right now. San Diego is a game in front of them, and then Philadelphia is 2.5 in front of them. Where were the Braves at? We're done talking about the division. The division's cooked, and you can almost start punting the wild card, but there's still a chance. Because this team still has not had that. Almost every team, even the bad teams in baseball, get on hot runs where they win several in a row. And we haven't had one of those yet. And if we do, it'll get us back to around 500. I still contend that if you're going to be in the wild card, you're probably going to have to be around the 85-plus win range, probably 87. And if you believe it's 87, then we're really talking about having to get extremely hot at some point in the season. And this team has not shown us any indication that they would get hot, but we do know with the roster that they have, they could get hot. But as of right now, there's just no way in hell you can have any kind of belief that that's going to happen. Braves lose another tough one yesterday. We all were here for it, gut-wrenching fashion. We were popping champagne. It was 10-4. We're in the ninth inning. We're going to end the losing streak, and then it unraveled. And after the game, there were some moves made. Craig Kimbrell is coming up. The thing is, he should have already been up. And if he was already up, the Braves don't lose that game yesterday, that's for sure. And they probably don't lose a couple of games. The idea that they kept punting it down the road, and I'm telling you what it comes down to is Brian Snitker's not a winner. Brian Snitker won a World Series, but we won it in spite of him, not because of him. Brian Snitker has a belief and a mentality that when it's all said and done, 162 games, the cream will rise to the top. Not when you manage like a jackass. There's no way that's going to happen. And the idea that the first sign of trouble with Blewett, they should have went and got someone out of the pen. I'm not even saying they should have went and gotten Iglesias because the game was a blowout. But the first sign of trouble, Scotty B should have been taken out of the game. Instead, they stuck with him. They're going to blame him somehow, and they DFA'd him yesterday. And I'm not a big fan of that because, honest engine, so this is what happened on everything. Daysbel Hernandez was sent to the IL. That's a day too late. What the hell's going on there? We all knew he was injured when he came out of the game the other night. He should have already been sent to the IL. Scotty B was DFA'd. In the replacements, Craig Kimbrell and Dylan Dodd are being brought up. Now, Dylan Dodd is going to be looked upon as a Scotty B type, a long relief at the front of the bullpen in a game where a game gets out of hand or you're just trying to hang in there. And he gives you another left-handed. I don't hate that. But the idea that Scott Blewett should be released over Rafael Montero, you are drinking the punch if you believe that. That only happened because Montero is worth his contract. It was a $3.5 million contract, and they traded for him. So they don't want to DFA him because they're hoping they can trade him at some point and save some money. But if we're talking about who has been more impressive on the field, in game action, game in and game out, and remember, Montero blew an opportunity for the Braves to win the game the other day when they ended up in the 5-3 in the ninth inning. They left him in for an extra inning. Another bad job by Snit when it's all said and done. He's got to go out there and he's got to put someone else in. But all of that gets done, and then he gives up a 3-run home run. They eventually go and get him. And when they go and get him, they put Scotty B in. Then they decide to pitch Scotty B 2 innings yesterday. That's bad bullpen management. There's no other way around it. That is bad bullpen management. But the simple fact of the matter is today we go in with Hernandez going to the IL. There hasn't been an update yet on how bad it's going to be, but regardless, when he comes off the IL, he also has options. I don't want to see Daysbel Hernandez back until he figures out how not to walk every other guy and how to control his control. And honest engine, if we're end up being sellers at the deadline, I don't have a problem with them trading him if they think they can get something out of him. But what we have coming into tonight is Kimbrell. We'll see what happens. If the Braves end up with the lead, you may very well see Craig Kimbrell try to be the closer. He's been a good closer. He's probably going to the Hall of Fame. He's well past his prime. But he's definitely worth a shot in the back of the bullpen because right now Iglesias doesn't have it. His location's terrible. He really has just become a two-pitch pitcher because they're afraid to throw the slider anymore because the slider is horrific. I really think they ought to thought that they should think about putting him on the 15-day IL, a ghost injury, and seeing if they can get whatever's wrong with him fixed in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Then if he comes back, whether we're in the race or not, he becomes something you could actually trade for or trade away for something actually. If we could get Iglesias back to where he was by the trading deadline, he becomes a viable option for a team that's making a run. Because I'm telling you right now, if we're sitting back there, if we flash this forward and we get to the end of July and the Braves are 7 games out of the wild card, there's no way in hell that they're buying. There just isn't. Now, right now, what you're looking at with San Francisco, they're 35-28. I still think there's going to be a lot of regression for some of these teams that are going to grab the bottom part of the wild card. There's going to be a really good record at the top of the wild card, like a Philly. There's probably going to be 2, like a San Diego. But there's going to be regression on the teams like possibly San Diego, but more likely San Francisco, St. Louis, Milwaukee. Arizona's going to be without Corbin Burns for a while. They're going to bring back Erod tonight. I wouldn't bet on that to save my life. I mean, are you kidding me? Erod's been a disaster. And then Washington. And those are the teams that are in front of us that you have to start looking at, night after night. Now during the games, I'm going to start updating you on those particular scores. I'm not worried about the Phillies. I'm not worried about the damn Mets. We might throw their score in from time to time, but we've got to worry about the teams that are in front of us. And for someone to sit up there and say at this point, because we've seen it too many times before, it's too early, we're still going to win we're not winning the division. The division's over. Not only are you a unbelievable, what's the official number right now? 11 games back of the New York Mets. We are 9 back in the loss column behind the Philadelphia Phillies. It's not going to happen. And honestly, if we get that hot where we could win the division, I kind of wish they'd be okay with the wild card and take the foot off the brake, because you're going to be so exhausted. You're going to wear these guys out. You're going to see what we saw in 2022 where they came roaring back and fell flat in the playoffs. But the Braves are 7 games back right now in the wild card, and that's the number one number you need to pay attention to. The other number you need to pay attention to is we are almost 100 games into the season. In fact, tonight at the end of tonight's game, we will have 100 games left. So you're essentially a third of the way through the season. I know you're a little more, but you're essentially a third of the way of the season. And what you have to break it down is, until the All-Star break, I would break that down into one segment left in the season. I would break down August and then September. And how hot can you get in one of those stretches? But you also have to look at the number that you have 6 teams in front of you for the final wild card. Once again, those teams are San Francisco, St. Louis, Milwaukee, Arizona, Cincinnati, and Washington. Those are the teams that we're going to be focusing on going forward. And of course, as the standings go up and down, we'll update that. You know, if San Francisco gets hot and Philly falls off, then we would add them to the mix. But right now, that's what we're looking at. I still say that it is insane that they dropped Scott Blewett and kept Rafael Montero because they didn't want to lose money. Nobody's going to trade for Rafael Montero. He is horrific. He can't find the strike zone. So the only reason why you would be doing it is because of pride, because you're not going to get anything for Montero. I hate to tell people. He might be a throw-in, but no contender's going to come to you at the trade deadline and say, we got to have Montero. He's going to be a real difference maker. Nothing you would get in a Montero trade is going to be anything that you can build with. So that was a bad decision built off of pride, because they didn't want to admit that they made a $3.5 million mistake picking up his contract. All right, get that off my chest. We're done with it. We had Kimbrel. We had Dylan Dodd, who's been good in the bullpen. I also like the fact that it gives you a third left-hander. So I don't hate that move at all. The only thing that I hated is that when we brought up Kimbrel, they should have DFA'd Montero, and I'll leave it at that. And I think history will show that I'm right, because someone is going to pick up Blewett. There's no way in God's creation he's going to make it all the way through, unless he's like really ticked off people behind the scenes. There's no way he's going to make it all the way through. Someone's going to pick him up. And at that point, when he goes elsewhere, I think he's still going to continue to be a pretty solid. I get it. He didn't pitch worth a damn yesterday. They also tried to get 2 innings after him after they had him pitch the night before. And they also tried to get him in a situation where it was very obvious he had – the first inning of relief, he was great. The second inning of relief, the moment there was trouble, they should have ran and got somebody else. They should have had someone other than – they didn't have anybody warming up in the pen. They should have had somebody warming up in the pen, even if it was a Rafael Montero. Somebody else to come out there, because he was definitely out of gas. And by the time they went and got him, the game was on the line, and you got Iglesias with all the ghosts in his head right now, and it fell apart. All right, we move on from that. We go to the actual series itself. Coming into tonight, it's Schwellenbach versus Birdsong. Tomorrow, it's Elder versus Webb. And Sunday, it's Strider versus Roop. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be flat out honest with you. If you look at this logistically, I'm not talking about household names. We shouldn't be favored in any of those matchups. Birdsong's pitched pretty well so far. He's 3-1 on the year. And I know that's not the end all that beats all, but at the same token, he's 3-1. And he's had a very good ERA at 2.37. Logan Webb is Logan Webb. And though I like what Elder's given to us this year, you can't tell me that we're favorites in tomorrow's game. And though in theory, Spencer Strider going on the bump on Sunday versus Roop, let's go. Let's be honest, Spencer Strider's walking in with a 5.68 ERA. A 5.68 ERA. He's going up against Roop, who has a 3.18 ERA. So the numbers tell you we're underdogs in this series. Now, John pointed out in the chat that we're actually technically favorites out in Vegas. I would never tell you to bet against the Atlanta Braves, but I'm telling you, you should probably bet against the Atlanta Braves this weekend. If your book has an option on whether or not the Braves win this series, I would take San Francisco. There's no way in hell that we should be fair. I'm not saying we can't do it. I'm saying a betting mind would tell you. And here's another kicker. I saw this morning. I want to make sure that I got the right number as I pull it up real quick. Here it goes. Tonight in Oracle Park, the wind is blowing out to dead center at 18.3 miles an hour. So our bullpen, who's been a little shaky, and then we got new guys coming in to try and help, fly balls are going to fly tonight. And so what it comes down to is we're going to rely on our offense to carry us through. Oof. That's going to be a problem. I didn't look at it yet, but I am curious. I'm going to look forward real quick to see what the number is tomorrow. Because tomorrow, let me see here, Braves and Giants. Let's see what the number, here it is. It's still being projected to blow out 15 miles an hour. When that wind's blowing in at Oracle Park, it is a very difficult place to score. But when it's blowing out, not only do you have to worry about the ball leaving the yard, it's a huge outfield, as you'll see tonight. And you get the wind blowing out, we could get into a track meet. The biggest key for tonight's game with Schwellenbach, and I'll go ahead and rinse and repeat this for tomorrow for Elder, is to get the ball down. Now, Schwellenbach is a ground ball pitcher, and Schwellenbach will get you the strikeouts. And Schwellenbach might be able to navigate through this and keep the score low, and the Braves get some runs of their own on Birdsong, who's not really a strikeout pitcher, and that might be why the guys out in the desert have us slight favorites. But my biggest question tonight is, what is their mentality going to be like? Are they going to have any fight in them? Because after yesterday, do they look around and go, man, Scott should not have been released? Why in the world did it take you so long to put Daysbull on the IL? And we still have this jackass in the dugout who doesn't fight for us. He doesn't go to the mat for us. We get wide, bad called strikes. It doesn't matter that you can't really see from the dugout, because you really can't. It's the idea that when you see your players getting pissed off and turning around and going, what was that, to the umpire? Guys that don't even have that personality, but we're seeing it more and more. It's the idea that he just sits on his hands in the whole damn game. You're waiting for some kind of reaction, and instead what you end up with is this. I mean, he's told us several times. In certain situations, I go back to the situation with Jared Kelenic when he didn't run out the fly ball. I didn't see it. I didn't know what happened. What the hell are you doing in there? What are you doing in there? What do you mean you didn't see it happen? What are you doing? Isn't that your job? Isn't that the one frickin' job that you're supposed to have? Is to watch the game and pay attention to it? And all the fans see it, and all the writers see it, and everybody sees it, and you go in with, I didn't see it happen. And we've seen this too many times. On too many, it's not just the Jared Kelenic thing, too many times. Here's another kicker for you. I saw this on social media. This guy's instantly become a bootlicker. He goes over and he's a part of their pregame radio show, I think on 680 and maybe a couple other outlets. And he used to be known for his college football content, but I guess that kind of fell off the map. First name's Barrett. I forget his last name. I want to say it's Sally or Saley or something like that. But anyways, he comes out the gate yesterday after all the dust settles, and he says something to the effect, when it's all said and done, it's just one loss. It's not just one loss. First of all, you got swept at home by the Diamondbacks, who you took 2 or 3 from. So, oh, by the way, if we end up in a tie with those jackasses at the wild card at the end of the year, they've got us. Remember how we had them last year? Remember at the end when we were fighting it out with the Mets? We needed the one win in the doubleheader. And the reason why we didn't need both wins is because we were going to have the tiebreaker on the Diamondbacks. That's gone. They took 4 of 6 from us. But more importantly, we dropped 4 of 6 going into June at home against 2 teams that, though they are talented, we should win both series. And we damn sure should have won one of them. Instead, we get smoked. I'm sorry, we lost 5 of 6. What am I talking about? I was thinking of yesterday. If we had won, we would have won 4 of 6, and it wasn't acceptable. We lost 5 of 6. I'm so mad I can't even think straight. We lost 5 of 6 at home, and they still haven't made an announcement. Now, maybe they'll make an announcement, and we'll find out that he never comes off he never got on the plane. But as far as I know, that's not happening, and I doubt it does happen. Because this organization that we pull for, they don't have the stones to do something like that. Remember a few years back when the Phillies got sick of losing and puddling around, and they weren't even doing as poorly as the Braves are. And they fired Girardi, and they brought in Rob Thompson, and the rest is history, and he took them all the way to the World Series. That could happen for Atlanta if they just change leadership. They've got the talent. They absolutely have the talent. But to stand back and go, nothing we can really do. Well, it's baseball. It's a funny game. All that crap that we get sent to us. And then this jackleg over here telling us it's just one loss. It's not just one loss. If we had been playing good baseball and we lose that game, then that is a fitting thing to say. But instead, this is what you get, everyone towing the company line. And I know some folks might get pissed off at me from time to time, the way I bring you the games on Braves Country Radio, but the reason why we do it and the reason why I started it and the reason why I wanted to do it is I got sick and tired of hearing the company line over and over again and the yucking up and the schmucking up and the whoa and looking at, panning cameras into the dugout for just goofy-ass things when we are trailing in a game we need to win, when we are not focusing on what's going on in the bullpen, when we are doing things like sending Scotty B back out there for a 3rd inning in a few days and not prepared for the fact that if he doesn't have it, if he's not ready to rock, let's have someone else ready. Let's go get a Pierce Johnson in there. Someone that we can rely on that's probably going to give us good innings. A good inning. That's all you need. But they got greedy. It's the same old crap. What did he say the other day that I told you about about my head about exploded? I don't want to go chasing wins. You chase a win when you're leading by 6 in the 9th. That's a win you freaking chase. If it means you have to bring the closer in to start the inning, I'm okay with that. Because it's a game you want to get won. And you don't have him coming in. Because let's be honest, nowadays, Rafael Iglesias, when he does come in, he doesn't come in a jam. He comes in at the beginning at the clean inning. And so if I'm a player right now for the Atlanta Braves, the first thing that I'm going in, I'm going, damn, man, we got a 6-game road trip. Damn, man, we just lost, was it 4 in a row now, right? 5 of our last 6, they were all at home. What's going to happen out here? Are we going to get swept out here on the West Coast and then get swept in Milwaukee? And if that happens, throw your hands up. It's too late to do anything if you wait till that happens. And the one thought that I had last night after the game was over, after the dust settled, is, are they waiting until after the road trip to fire him if he has a bad road trip? Because they want people coming out to the stadium on Friday night, a week from Friday or a week from today, because it's a home game and they want those tickets being sold. I'm sorry, but you can't wait that damn long. You don't have any more time to piddle around. If you want to give it to Walt Weiss, fine. If you want to give it to Freddie Gonzalez, seriously doubt they would do that, fine. I don't care who you put out there. And then let's start talking about who's going to replace Snicker long term, and let's start the hiring process now. Maybe it's someone you can bring it off the streets who's not currently working, like a Skip Shoemaker, right? And maybe that turns things around. But most likely, Shoemaker wants to start next year with the clean deck and go from there. But the point is, this isn't working. This hasn't worked in a long time. I haven't had true confidence in our skipper since the fall of 2022, when we collapsed after going in and doing all that we did to chase down the Mets. But I gave him a pass. I said, you know what? I didn't agree with a lot of things that he did in that series, but I'm going to give him a pass because maybe the team was just exhausted. And then the following year, when we broke all the offensive records and then collapsed again, that's when I was absolutely done with him. Like, I don't know what you're doing, but you're not firing people up. And the more and more as I watched it, I would watch his antics in the dugout, where he's just kind of sitting there, letting it happen to him. There's no fight in him. And this is not a derogatory, a slam against him as a person. I wish him well. He's done great things for the Braves organization over the years. This is nothing to do with that. But it's time. If he was worth his grain of salt, he would have stepped down. Let's be honest. He'd have said, guys, I'm not getting the job done. A guy who's an absolute winner, who's an absolute, takes pride in himself, he would have already stepped down because he would have said, this isn't what I want to be remembered for. Clean, wash my hands of it, I'm out. But instead, he continues to drone along because he has this belief, oh, well, we'll get it. It's a long season. It's a much shorter season now. When you think about the fact where we're at right now, and I'll leave you this thought. Let's say, for instance, the Braves are going, let's say we think 88 is the number, right? 88 wins, right? That means that the Braves would have to, if my number's correct, they would have to win 61 games, right? And in that same time period, they would have to lose around 39-ish. We'll say 40 because the game tonight hasn't been won or hasn't been played. So starting tonight, we would have to go 61 and 40 to get to 90 wins. 63 and 38. I think my number's right. If I'm off by a couple, I apologize. The point is, 63 and 38 is 25 games over 500. Do you know how lights out you have to play to get to that mark? To get to 88 wins, which I think is much more likely, you're talking about 61 and 40. And at that point, you're talking about being 21 games over 500. But let's take it back a bit, and let's say, because I contend 85, you may be in it. It's going to be give or take, but you may be in it. All right, so let's take that down to 58 and 43. 58 and 43, right? 15 games over 500. This team right now is 7 games under 500. What makes you think we're going to go 15 over the rest of the way? And 85 is a huge stretch. But we have seen the wild card come in. And we've actually seen the wild card come in a little lower than that. But this doesn't feel like a year that it's going to happen. Right now, you've got teams that are hovering around 7, 6, 5 games over 500. And 85 wins means that you're, 6 games over 500? If I've got that math right? All right. That's assuming that everybody plays 500 the rest of the way. It's a huge stretch. It's a huge stretch. And so let's be honest, unless they get scorching hot between tonight and the end of the end of the trading deadline, or by the trading deadline, they're going to be sellers. If they're I will say this, if they're in the fight, if they're around 3 games out of the wild card, maybe 4, they'll probably say, you know what, we're not going to sell. We're not going to buy, but we're not going to sell. But that means that from now on, the team has to play above 500. That means by the end of July, we have to be at least 3 games over 500 to be around that around that number where you're not going to sell. But if we're under 500 from now until the end of July, I'm speaking of tonight till the end of July, this team's going to sell because you're not going to be 8, 9 games out of the wild card and go, well, let's go all in. It's just not going to happen, and you shouldn't do it. You should trade guys like Iglesias. You should trade guys that you can get something for. Iglesias I mentioned because he's at the end of his contract. Sean Murphy would be something you would trade in the offseason. You wouldn't trade him at the deadline unless there's a team that's competing that lost their catcher and is willing to give you big time for Sean Murphy. Other than that, you go to the winter meetings when everybody's looking for a catcher. But that's bottom line. It starts tonight. It starts this weekend. If they don't do it, we're going to really start pivoting these talks to what can we get for this guy, that guy, and that guy. And look, there's some others that we could trade. I don't know what a Verdugo is going to bring. It's probably not much. I don't know what an Eli White's going to bring. They're probably going to be stuck with Harris's contract. Nobody's going to pay that contract. They're not trading Ronnie. They're not trading Ozzie. They're not trading Olsen. They're not trading Riley. But there's some other pieces in the bullpen that you could trade. I mentioned Daysbel, assuming he comes back healthy. But there's some other pieces you can trade. A Kimbrel, if you pitch as well. So going forward, not only are we hoping that we win and we get back in it, but you're pulling for the Braves wholeheartedly, no matter what you think. Oh, let's get them higher up in the draft. No, we don't want to punt it. We want to have the players playing as well as they can. So if we do decide to sell at the deadline, we get a much bigger haul. All right, I'm going to go ahead and jump out of here. Y'all have a great one, Braves Country. We'll see you tonight, 10:15 first pitch on YouTube. Pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. It'll be in 3D. For those who haven't checked it out before, jump into our YouTube. It's Braves Country Radio. Have a great one.
Keep playing like this, will be the laughing stock of the league.
All right, boys, let's get back to basics. This is a baseball. The object of the game is to keep the baseball within the confines of the...
You're in Braves Country.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live as the Braves are on the road. We're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here's your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. 4 home runs, 7 RBI, batting .333. Austin Riley, batting second, playing third. 11 home runs, 35 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .273. Batting third, playing first, Matt Olson. 12 home runs, 32 RBI, a .237 average. Marcell Ozuna, batting cleanup, the designated hitter. 10 home runs, 27 RBI, batting .272. Ozzie Albies, batting fifth, playing second. 6 home runs, 24 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .234. Batting sixth and in left field, it's Alex Verdugo. 11 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .257. Batting seventh behind home plate, Sean Murphy. 9 home runs, 20 RBI, a .224 average. Batting eighth and in center field, Michael Harris II. 3 home runs, 34 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting .232. And batting ninth at short, Nick Allen. 12 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .233. You will notice once again, Brian Snitker has left the best batter on our roster, Drake Baldwin, out of the lineup. On the mound for the Atlanta Braves, it's Spencer Schwellenbach Day. He's 4-4 with a 3.13 ERA, a 1.03 whip, 74 innings pitched, 71 strikeouts, versus 65 hits, 12 walks, 9 home runs served. He'll be going head-to-head with Hayden Birdsong, who's 3-1 with a shiny 2.37 ERA, a 1.24 whip, 38 innings, 48 strikeouts, 35 hits allowed, 12 walks, and 4 home runs served. Leading off and playing left field tonight for the San Francisco Giants, it's Helio Ramos. 11 home runs, 33 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .289. Batting second, playing center, Jung-Ho Lee. 6 home runs, 32 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .276. Batting third, the designated hitter, Wilmer Flores. 10 home runs, 47 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .250. Matt Chapman, batting cleanup, playing third. 11 homers, 28 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .241. Batting fifth, at first, it's Dominic Smith. He's 3 for 8, 2 RBI on the year. Batting sixth, playing shortstop, the former Milwaukee Brewer, it's Willie Adames. 5 home runs, 26 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .198. Mike Yastrzemski is in right field and batting seventh. 5 home runs, 17 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .236. Patrick Bailey's behind home plate, batting eighth. A .194 average, 1 home run, 16 RBI. And Tyler Fitzgerald is batting ninth and playing second. He has 2 homers, 7 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .259. Calling balls and strikes today, it's Andy Fletcher. He's pretty much known as a hitter's ump. Calls a few less strikeouts and a few more walks, so expect the zone to be pinched. Your first base umpire is Gabe Morales. Second base will be manned by Jansen Visconti, and down the third base line, it's Malachi Moore. Game time temperatures tonight at first pitch are expected to be 61 degrees, with the wind blasting out towards center field at about 18 miles an hour. Lines out in the desert look about like this. Your Atlanta Braves come in minus 140 on the money line, Giants plus 120. Your over-under at an even 7.5. Spencer Schwellenbach's over-under, 5.5 strikeouts. Birdsong's 4.5. Remember, once again, this is a hitter's ump. Our pick to click tonight, we are going to throw a dart. Give me Money Mike, Michael Harris II. No data to back this up, but do you remember when he came off the IL in San Francisco and hit a grand slam? We're just going off of that vibe. Maybe he can turn us around. The wind is blowing dead center at 18 to 19 miles an hour. That's not nothing. We think Mike may click with the glove a time or two as well. With the wind whipping like that, we're going to need him. Well, we'll take Mike to get into one, and your Atlanta Braves to bounce back, get off the schneid, and win this one 7-4. Keys to the game tonight, got to keep that ball down with the wind whipping out towards center field at 18 miles an hour. It's going to be a chilly night, so if you can keep that ball down, you can keep the runs to a minimum. The danger bats in this lineup, Jung-Ho Lee is probably the most talented, Matt Chapman with the most power. But keep an eye on Flores. A guy who's only hitting 250 has 47 RBI already. He has always been clutch with runners in scoring position throughout his career. If Schwellenbach can avoid danger at the top of the lineup, it's a pretty light hitting lineup at the bottom. Adames, their big free agent signing, really hasn't done what he did in Milwaukee, but he has raked against the Braves historically. The bottom of that lineup, Yastrzemski, Bailey, Fitzgerald, really a light hitting bunch. Can't be taken too lightly with the wind blowing out. Put your click in the chat, slap that like, and let's get ready, Braves Country. We'd like to thank everybody for choosing Braves Country Radio, and a special thanks to all the country club members. Please like on your way in and subscribe, set those alerts, and share Braves Country Radio to help build the crowd so we can continue to bring you the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. Atlanta Braves Baseball right here on Braves Country Radio. Your modern-day superstation is in its 5th season of bringing you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and our one-of-a-kind production. Take us anywhere you go for over 170 Atlanta Braves ball games. Please like and subscribe today. Join the Country Club. Thank you to all the Country Club members. You help support Braves Country Radio.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves Country.
Good evening, Braves Country. Well, there's not a whole hell of a lot we can do except grin and bear it and get back to it. Atlanta Braves bringing Kimbrel up. I'm looking at him right now. I don't know if he cut that stupid mop in the back or not, the man bun. But it's good to see him back. Kind of wonder if he's been hitting the sauce. He looks like hell. But anyways, we'll root him on regardless. Definitely doesn't look like the young spry kid that we saw several years ago when he left the Atlanta Braves. What was that? 2014 was his last season with Atlanta. So man alive. All right, let's see who we got in here. We'll go back about 10 minutes or so. We'll go all the way back to this. All right, who we have here? I see Uncle Charlie Fritz and Mark Ricky Ricardo. King James Hagan. John. Adam Wes Batman Barry. Neil Pearson. Stargazer. Eating chili out of a can for good luck. Hey, man, if it works, that's what you're eating the rest of the summer. What else do we have here? Brian B.A. Baracus. Gary the Real McCoy. Nicholas. Helion. Iron Lung. Bugs in the house. Ron Harrell. Rob T. Nate the Great. A.Y. Caleb. See if we have anybody else in here. If I scroll down, Raymond. Everyone loves Raymond Lovelace. Everybody Lovelace Raymond. I think I like that one better. K. Circle K in the house. Davo. Oswaldo. know some of y'all actually prefer these late night games. That's all I've got right now. Anybody else we haven't called out? Your comments were much earlier, so just jump back in the chat. Love to know where you're at, where you're listening from on this night of Atlanta Braves baseball, as we are just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. America's patriotic light lager, all natural ingredients. Stand tall, be proud. The perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. America's patriotic light lager, offering a crisp, clean, bold taste. The perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. A beer with only 110 calories that tastes like a full-flavored beer and celebrates like freedom. Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Join the Country Club today. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. It helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. From the mountains to the prairies to your pint glass with white foam, we're bringing back beer with a backbone. All that matters in our brew is taste and a touch of American excellence. American Rebel Beer, born in the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the radio news.
Sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. There is nothing wrong. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into
adventures in time and space.
We offer you Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another Braves ball game. Yes, sir. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball. No more measles and free tickets to the circus.
You're in Braves Country.
This is a reminder, disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Please respect your fellow fan and refrain from any unruly behavior. Failure to comply with these guidelines will result in ejection.
Good evening, Braves Country. A couple other people chiming in. CT, good to see you. Robert, happy birthday. I think we said happy birthday to you on the morning show, but happy birthday to you one more time. Israel, good to see you, buddy. Bama Retro. Nicholas C. Thought I saw one or two more down at the bottom, but I don't see. Owen Johnson, good to see you. Hayden Birdsong and the San Francisco Giants are wearing their home orange uniforms, white pants, black hat, interlocking SF in orange on the black hat and the orange bill. Atlanta Braves are wearing their gray pants, blue tops, Atlanta across the chest, in red outlined in white, same as the tomahawk and the numerals on the back. Names in white, navy hat, and the white A representing the city of Atlanta. We are just about set. Birdsong comes set. The first pitch on the way. Yes, sir! It is baseball time in Braves country. And the first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike. Fastball on the outer edge. It's 0-1. We'll see if this 3D will pop in here. The 0-1. 97 misses high. 1-1. If you missed the intro, today's umpire, home plate umpire Andy Fletcher, he is a hitter's umpire, tends to squeeze the zone. Pitch on the way, swing lifted, high into left center field. Drifting over, making the catch is Jung Hoon Lee, and it's 1 out here in the top of the first inning. Left to right in the outfield for the Giants, it's Ramos, Lee, and Yastrzemski, or Yaz as he's affectionately known, as his grandfather played for the Red Sox with the same nickname. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley's four-seam fastball at the knees. It's 0-1. Around the infield, around the horn, you got Chapman to Adames, to Fitzgerald, to Smith. As that ball's banged foul, curveball, quickly 0-2. Patrick Bailey behind the plate, Birdsong on the bump. Dominic Smith is the first baseman. You will remember him from his days with the Mets. He played with the Nationals. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chased a four-seam fastball about eye level, 2 down. 2 down. That'll bring the number 3 hitter to the plate, Matt Olson. Tonight they're going with the Acuna to Riley to Olson to Big Zoo. First pitch on the way is 98, misses high. It's 1-0. Wind is blowing out to dead center at about 18 miles an hour to start the game. It will tend to change on the bay throughout the night. The 1-0. Hanging curveball right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Birdsong has a 4-pitch mix. You'll see the four-seamer thrown about 40% of the time. Slider at 28% of the time. As the 1-1 misses high, wide and out of the zone. 2-1. He's got a changeup that comes in at about a 19% clip, and the curveball you've already seen at about 13%. 2-1 count. Misses high. 3-1. Four-seam fastball. Birdsong just been in the league for a few years. 3-1 count. Infield back and to the right. Outfield shaded to the left. The 3-1 high and out of the zone. Called for a very high strike. Very high strike. Olson walked about a third of the way down the baseline, then turned around to use his timeout. An atrocious call. And it is strange because, like I told you, Andy Fletcher tends to pinch the zone. That was a very big strike zone. The 3-2 misses high. Olson kind of sarcastically looks back and says, "You gonna call that one?" Ball 4. He'll head on down to first. We've got our first base runner of the game. Marcell Ozuna coming to the ditch, excuse me. Birdsong, 12 pitches in. Ozuna, you can still see that wind whipping out almost to straight center field. First pitch to the Big Zoo. Comes out of his shoes, swing and a miss at a slider. It's 0-1. Very few of the Braves have seen Birdsong, and not enough of them have seen him to really put together any kind of a litmus test. The 0-1. Down and in. You go around. He did not. 1-1. First base umpire Gabe Morales says no dice. So a 1-1 count. 0-0 your score, top of the first inning. Runner at first, 2 outs. 1-1 to Zoo. Curveball misses down and away to him. Very spacious outfield out here in San Francisco. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, lifts it high and deep into right center field. Going back, making the catch well before the 4:15 mark, and that'll end the inning. Braves put a charge into one, but it is a huge outfield. Not enough to get it out. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
A messy Dollar General. That's what you look like.
Sometimes I get sent out with a shopping list and my wife's like, do you want me to explain that to you? And I'm like, I think I can handle it. And then I get to the grocery store and I'm like, what is a shallot? You know what I'm saying? How many avocados is avocados? Like if I mess that up, are we going to be eating guacamole for the next week? Apples, cinnamon, tomato sauce, dill weed. What aisle is that in? Milk. That's way too vague. Okay, in my house, we go through stuff like oat milk, soy milk, rice milk, coconut milk, almond milk, every kind of milk. The only kind of milk we don't drink is milk. Okay, I don't even know what milk tastes like anymore. This is going to take me an hour and a half to find all this stuff. I should have asked more questions.
I remember the 1968 World Series. I was 16 years old. Game 1, when he struck out the 17 Tigers, you could feel his purpose burn through a television screen from St. Louis to your living room on Long Island. In a sport that isn't supposed to manifest that degree of outward emotion, he was actually fearsome.
Just think, he's accounted for 16 of the putouts all by himself. He got him! Struck him out! A new world record of 17 strikeouts in one game.
Bob Gibson is the only pitcher to win 7 consecutive World Series starts, each of them a complete game.
And when the game was over, Gibson in the clubhouse was like no other pitcher I've ever seen. The reporters gathered around and someone said, "Were you surprised by what you did today?" And Gibson said, "I'm never surprised by anything I do."
Welcome back. First pitch on the way is a pee at the knees by Schwellenbach. 4-seam fastball. You're going to say it missed the zone. It was dead center in. It's 1-0. 1-0. Same pitch, same spot. This time a strike. So 1-1 count. Swung on, chops it over towards short. You're going to have to hurry. Barehanded by Allen. Fires across the diamond. Bad throw, terrible throw. Into the dugout, and a dumb decision by Nick Allen will cost us a base. There's no way he was getting him going down the line. And he chucks another one. That's the third or fourth time we've seen that this year where Allen tries to do too much. Almost like a guy who's never played baseball before in the big leagues. You just got to stick that one in your back pocket. When you're letting go of the ball and the guy's a stride away from the base, you've got to swallow it. So, E6 on Nick Allen. First pitch on the way, swung on, roasted in right field. That's down for a base hit, and that should score a run. No, they're going to slam on the brakes. They don't want to test the arm of Acuna. And man, did he throw a laser. Runners on the corners, no outs, though. And he hummed it from right field. Ramos isn't your typical leadoff hitter. He doesn't have a ton of speed, but he is a decent runner. He is a left fielder. It's not like he's got catcher speed out there. So, 2 on, nobody out. We'll see if Schwellenbach is up to the challenge. First pitch swinging. Wilmer Flores will dump it into right field. That's down for a base hit. Talked about that in the pregame show. You got to keep Flores under control because he is a very good RBI hitter, and he gets an RBI, and San Francisco takes a 1-0 lead. Just kind of fisted it up high. It wasn't a hard hit ball like the previous hit. Braves trail 1-0. Schwellenbach spitting the bit in the early going. Now remember, we're going up against a pitcher's umpire, which means it's going to be hard to strike out, but also the Braves are going to have their opportunities to score in this game. So runners on the corners, nobody out, and their power hitter, Chapman to the plate. First pitch, 97 at the knees. Called below the belt. It's 1-0. The 1-0, kicks and fires. Fastball right there on the outer edge. 1-1. 1-1 count. You almost, if you're Schwellenbach, you almost have to just throw up your hands and not worry about the runner at third. If you get out of it without letting him score, fair enough. But you got to keep this from being a big inning. 1-1 is right there. Called for a strike, 1-2. So home plate umpire Andy Fletcher, he really doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's calling low pitches, and then he's not calling. He's calling low pitches that are balls for strikes and vice versa for balls. Pitch on the way, swung on, foul back. It's 1-2. One-two count, swing, blast it into right field. Coming in, making the catch is Acuna. He'll unleash the pistol and fire it to the plate. A one-hopper. Lee slams on the brakes. He would definitely have been dead meat. Another big throw by Acuna. Man, does that kid have an arm. Braves in the outfield tonight. It is Verdugo in left. Harris in center. Acuna in right. Around the horn, you got Riley, Allen, Ozzie, and Olsen. And behind home plate, Sean Murphy. Benching our best bat once again. First pitch on the way to Dominic Smith is a slider, a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty-lefty, the pitch. Swing lifts that one high and deep into center field. They'll run on Mike's arm. He's way too deep in the outfield for him to even try that throw. Harris will toss it back into the infield, and it's 2-0 San Francisco. Keeping that runner at first, the priority there, keep him out of scoring position. A 2-0 your score. Willie Adames, the batter, he's had some days against the Braves when he was back in Milwaukee. First pitch on the way, 97 below the knees. It's 1-0. 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Kicks and fires. Sinker down and in, 2-0. 2-0 count. Bugs, I thought you were a part of the country club, but I guess you weren't. Welcome in. The 2-0. Swing. Rips it over to third. Off the glove of Riley. That'll be another error on Austin Riley. E5. And all the runners will be safe. So they'll have first and second and 2 outs. So 2 errors in the inning here. The Braves' infield defense falling apart. Weren't we just bragging on how good that defense had been? Statistically, it was number 1 in the league. You have Allen that throws the ball into the dugout, that gifted the first run, and then Riley just over the ball. Didn't get his glove down. Which will extend this inning for Schwellenbach. You know he wanted to get back in there in the dugout and get reset. That'll bring Yastrzemski. Yaz to the plate. First pitch. Curveball well outside wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Brings it. Curveball down and in. So a 2-0 count. 2 on, 2 out. Schwellenbach comes set. 96 inside. 3-0. Good to see you, Joyce and Colby. The 3-0. Standing on deck is the number 8 hitter, Patrick Bailey. Pitch on the way. Down and in, ball 4. Cutter misses. Kranitz might just want to go out there to give Schwellenbach a breather, because honest engine, he's endured 2 errors in this inning. He should be well out of this inning. But they're going to let him twist in the wind. Bases are loaded. This is the perfect spot to go out there and talk to your pitcher. First pitch on the way to Bailey is in the dirt. It's 1-0. I don't know why I know that and they don't. The 1-0. I know you don't love go out there talking to your pitcher using a move or this early in the game, but this is a big spot. The 1-0 pitch. 93, a little below the knees, 1-1. 1-1 count. Infield is back and to the right. The pitch in the dirt. Ball gets away. Smurf doesn't know where the hell it is. And it's going to roll in for another run. It's 3-0 San Francisco. Sean Murphy blocked it, got it off his chest, and then was dancing around looking. I don't know why he looked to his left. The ball hit. I guess because it hit him in the left shoulder, he just assumed it went to his left. Very slow runner came home to score. When it first came off his chest, the runner was retreating back to third. He was so clueless that he ended up regathering himself and coming home. So a 2-2 count. Schwellenbach, 23 pitches. The pitch. Swing, slaps it over towards short. See if Hallen can handle that. He does, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Give up 3. I would say 2 of them are unearned. You could make the argument all 3. We'll be back in a flash here in Braves country.
You know, the only people that ever remember all of those holidays and weekends that you worked for your company is your actual family, not your work family. That boss that calls you family, that got a goldfish brain. He can't remember it.
Hey.
No, stop. Don't do that.
Hey, no, I gotta say something. Hey, I don't know whose kid this is over here in the produce section, but he's breaking up all the eggs, and I gotta clean this up. I'm about to drop kick his so I advise you to come get him.
Y'all, Netflix and Hulu got one more time to raise their prices before I go dust off that DVD player that's been sitting in the garage.
Fenway Park, this is not a park, this is a factory, and the brick facade and everything and the little red door on Yawkey Way was called Jersey Street back then. And then you walk through the gates and you come through that little tunnel, and then all of a sudden you see the green of the seats, the green of the wall, the green of the field, and the little dirt cut out, and the proximity of the foul line to the stands, and just the closeness of the bullpens to the crowd, and it's like you go down all of a sudden on one knee and you bless yourself and you go, thank God for making me a ball player, because it's heaven.
As a game, I think it's the most interesting game. The units of measure are easy to deal with. The connection to history is plain. You say to an avid basketball fan, what's Kareem's final point total? And what was Wilt's when Kareem passed it? What's Peyton's final yardage total? What was Jim Brown's when Peyton passed it? Even the avid football or basketball fan doesn't know. But the casual baseball fan knows all of these landmarks of history, of individual achievements, of twists and turns in the game's history. 1947 means Jackie Robinson. 1961 means Roger Maris. 1969 means Men Walked on the Moon.
2025 means Snicker doesn't know what the hell he's doing. First pitch on the way is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees to Ozzie Albies. It's 0-1. The Braves trail by 3, but a long way to go, and the wind is blowing out to dead center. The 0-1, down and in, 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Chase one down below the knees. It's 1-2. Braves trail 3-0. What they're saying right now, and I don't know where they get off on it, but they're saying that 2 of those runs were earned. I contend 2 of them were unearned. There's the 1-2 swung on, chopped over towards second. It's going to be a 4-3 put out, and a quick out to start the second inning. Much different inning if Nick Allen does not throw that one into the camera well. And then, of course, the wild pitch. First pitch on the way is a 4-seam fastball. Well inside to Verdugo, who's it's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there at the knees. 1-1. You saw the... Look, I know the pitching fell apart. But you saw that lineup that they put out there scored 10 runs yesterday. Is the 1-1. Slider on the outer edge, 1-2. And they come out tonight and put a lineup that's nowhere near what we saw yesterday. Benching Baldwin. He deserved another day at a start. I get it, he's not going to go out there every day, but this half and half crap has got to go. The 1-2's chopped on the ground. 3-1 put out, quickly 2 down. And then once again, they put Harris in the 8th spot when he was starting to show signs of doing well going to the 9th spot. They do it every time with him. Every time he goes and starts showing some improvement, they screw around with where he is in the order. Sean Murphy, your batter. Murphy takes the first pitch and swats it over to third. It's going to be an easy 6-3 put out with his speed or lack of, and that'll end the inning. 1, 2, 3. The Braves go down in order. We'll head to break, trailing by trade.
It's not that I hold grudges. It's that I saw who you really are. And ew. Ugh. No, thank you. Barf. Ugh. Yeah.
You do not have to accept her rejection.
Huh. That's an odd start. Let's see where it goes.
I'm a professional dating coach, and I teach guys how to understand the female mind.
Professional seems crazy. Dating seems unlikely. And coach, I wouldn't trust you with your best-looking cousin, let alone a t-ball team. But I digress.
Here's an example. I was talking to a girl.
Unlikely. Sorry, keep going.
And she said, I'm not really interested.
That makes more
sense.
sense.
And instead of just going, okay, and then just turning away, I did this. Why would you not be interested in me? I'm the best.
At what? Knots? I don't know what your name is, but for the sake of the video, we're just going to call you Silas.
And she's like, oh, how? I'm like, well, you'd have to come over to my house to find out.
Don't go. You already know how to put the lotion on the skin.
I just played into her little game.
Yeah, a woman's no is never won game of the year. Because it's not a game, you dork.
You want to know what I did with her later?
Wore her skin, I'd imagine. And there's no more seconds after that. That's how he decided to end the video. So that guy can get Have a good day. Goodbye.
In 1968, the New York Mets had wound up in 9th place, a record that would have been an embarrassment for some teams, but represented only the second time the Mets had soared so high. When the 1969 season opened, the odds against their winning the pennant were 100-1. And true to form, they dropped 7 of their first 10 games.
So the Mets are 1 out away from their impossible dream.
They won 38 of their last 49 games, take the Eastern Division title by 8 games.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Thank you for the contribution, Hellion. Braves trail 3-0. We go to the bottom of the second inning. First pitch is fouled back out of play by the number 9 hitter, Fitzgerald. It's 0-1. 8 guys came to the plate for San Francisco in the first inning. 2 errors for the Braves. 3 hits. As the 0-1's fouled back, it's 0-2. 0-2 count. Comes set, brings it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Schwellenbach with a good slider there. 1 away. It's his first strikeout of the night. Back to the top of the order. First pitch on the way to Ramos is a slider. Called for a strike. It's 0-1. Helio Ramos singled his first time up over to short. This time he's going to hit it over there again. He's going to get past Allen and into left field. And it's a 1-out single for the Giants. At least this time Allen couldn't grab it and throw it into the camera well. So that's a win in my book. One on, 1 out. Jung-Ho Lee, who's 1 for 1. First pitch, 97 off the plate. Well off the plate, it's 1-0. Lee singled to right his first time up. Lefty-righty, or righty-lefty matchup, I should say. Schwellenbach flips it over to first to keep Ramos close by. The infield is playing back and to the right. Double play depth. The 1-0. Swing. Chops it off the plate. It's 1-1. St. Louis leads the Dodgers. They were in a rain delay, so they're just in the 5th inning, bottom of the 5th inning. It's 2-0 St. Louis. We'll get you on the out-of-town scoreboard here in a second. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Lee batting .279 on the year, 6 home runs, 32 RBI. The 1-2. Tried to get in to chase that splitter. That was a pretty good splitter that time, 2-2. Really didn't get a chance to go over anyone's stats the first time through the lineup. They were swinging early and often and getting on. The 2-2 to Lee. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. Full count. White Sox 7-2 over the Royals. That's a final. These are all finals. Astros 4-2 over the Guardians. Tigers 3-1 over the Cubs. Skewball day. Yankees hold on to beat the Red Sox 9-6. They were out to a 7-0 lead and almost squandered it. So a full count to Lee. Schwellenbach comes set, turns around and flips it over to first. So he's out of moves on this at bat. Nationals blanked the Rangers 2-0. Rays 4-3 final over the Marlins. The payoff pitch, outside wide ball 4. So he walks another batter. Ramos was taken off on the play, banking on Schwellenbach throwing an off-speed pitch, and that's exactly what he did. But it does not matter as The walk would send him down to second. Orioles lead the A's 3-0. They are in the third inning. Angels and Mariners 3-3 in the fifth. First pitch on the way is a four-seam fastball inside to Flores, who's 1-for-1 with the fisted single down the right field line, scoring a run his first time up. It's 1-0. Rockies 1-0 over the Mets. They are in the seventh. 1-0. Swing and a miss, 96 up top, 1-1. We told you about the Dodgers and Cardinals score. Blue Jays 6-4 over the Twins. They're in the ninth. The Padres lead the Brewers 2-0 in the ninth. Phillies and Pirates are tied in the ninth. It's 1-1, fouls it back. Do it again. It appears that Pittsburgh has the bases loaded and they have no outs. 1-2 count. Arizona and the Reds, they were suspended, will resume tomorrow at 2:10 p.m. The 1-2 inside, that almost got him. 2-2. It appears the game was tied at 3 in the seventh inning when they suspended it. So they'll finish that one up and then play the next one in the nightcap. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. Splitter, 2 down. Two down. Good splitter. He has had that splitter working tonight when it's not going into the plate and smashing off of Murphy's left shoulder. First pitch on the way is swung on. It's a roller back to the mound. Schwellenbach, a little bit of a high throw, but good thing Olson's about 9 feet tall. He'll make the catch. 1-3 on the putout, and that'll end the inning. So Schwellenbach trying to get back under control. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trailed 3-0. We head to the third inning.
Now, I hope you're happy. According to Betsy at the switchboard, we've logged over 50 irate calls.
50? Yeah, you broke my record. The most I ever got was 35 when I did that commentary. Lady umpires, finally a chest worth protecting.
Waylon had an old school bus that he'd painted black, all the windows and everything, with a paintbrush. And she kept dynamite back there in the back, just in case. I recall this one place that we went, it was like a barn. And it come time to get paid, and so we waited and waited. And Waylon's having a fit. Then all of a sudden, everybody started leaving, and everybody left. Wasn't nobody in the place. It was just empty. And Waylon said, you know, we waited long enough. So we get back in the bus, and we split and went right across the field. And we finally got to the pavement. All of a sudden, that whole ass end of that club blew up. I don't know how he made sure everybody was out or what. If there's a possum in there, I imagine he went flying.
We need to throw a big-ass party because I need to be amongst my friends. Let's call the crew. Let's round the boys up. Round the crew up! Let's have a kick-ass party! We got the diary! And the boys are back in town! Get down! I have 2 numbers in my phone. Huh.
But Earl Weaver's Orioles, the best team in baseball that year, were waiting for them in Baltimore. Few gave New York much of a chance. As expected, the Mets lost the first game 4-1, but they came back to take the second behind the brilliant pitching of Jerry Koosman. And then the Orioles came to Shea Stadium, where the Mets and 56,000 of their fans were waiting for them. New York won the third game 5-0, thanks to the pitching of Gary Gentry and Nolan Ryan. In the fourth game, Tom Seaver outpitched Mike Cuellar. To everyone's amazement, the Mets now led the series 3-1. They needed just one more victory.
Welcome back, Braves country. Atlanta Braves go back to work. Michael Harris II. Thank you for the contribution, Mr. James. The 0-1. High and inside, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-1. Harris was my pick to click. I really had nothing. I hadn't even seen the lineup when I made that pick earlier today. The 1-1. Saw it all foul 1 and 2. But I was assuming that he was going to be in front of Acuna when I made the pick, but nonetheless, I stuck with it. I just remember when first of all, he's got a very good batting average against the Giants. 327 lifetime average and a 564 slug. The 1-2. Down and in, 2-2. Four-seam fastball in off the plate. When he came back off the IL, his first game was here in San Francisco, and he hit that grand slam. I believe it was the first inning. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three, blew it right by him on the outer edge, one away. That was really the only reason for it. Well, Neil, I only have so many ones available that I can do. So we took the rally cap away to give you the Craig Kimbrell. We'll eventually bring the cap back. First pitch on the way to Allen is swung on and sawed off out of play. It's 1. The 0-1. Might have to bring it back tonight considering we're down already. The 0-1. Inside. 1-1. Might do it at the next break. I'll just try to figure out which one to kick to the side. 1-1 count. Swing, chops it foul, 1-2. If he doesn't get it together, we're going to take the Schwellenbach one out, right? Braves trailed 3-0. We're just here in the third inning, so a long way to go. The 1-2 to Allen. High and out of the zone, 2-2. Standing on deck is Acuna. But taking Harris out of that number 9 spot, you set it up where the guy who's going to see most of the fastballs is the 2-2. Chase one down and then at the plate. I would say near his ankles, but that thing was at the plate. Heading towards China. Strikeout, 2 down. But the benefit of hitting in front of Acuna is you're going to see pitches in the zone. You're going to see fastballs, something that you can drive. And that lays more into Michael Harris's game. Giving that to Nick Allen only gets you dinks and dunks singles. First pitch on the way is a slider up high. It's 1-0. It is just dumbfounding that they have something that works and then they immediately change it. 1-0 count. Kicks and fires. Outside wide, 2-0. Acuna's wearing goggles tonight. I don't know if because he's planning on going fishing in McCovey's Cove after some of these home run balls. The 2-0. In the dirt, 3-0. So a 3-0 to Acuna. Acuna with 4 home runs on the year. 7 RBI, a 1034 OPS. The 3-0. Fastball right down the pipe. He was taken all the way, 3-1. Good take by Acuna. He was probably sitting dead center, middle cut. And if you don't get what you're looking for, you just spit on it. Now with the 3-1 count, swing, goes down and gets that one, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Whistles it back behind the backstop, full count. Full count. High and out of the zone, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. Second walk of the game for the Braves. Braves still have not recorded a hit. Austin Riley will come to the plate, excuse me. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down below the knees, 95, 1-1. He's really leaning on that fastball tonight. Typically just 40% of the time, and he has been leaning on that one. It's a pretty good fastball. You wonder if some of these Braves hitters might eventually time it up. The 1-1. Bender outside wide, nowhere near the zone, called for a wide strike. Another bad call by Andy Fletcher. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Acuna at first, 2 outs. The pitch high and out of the zone. 96, 2-2. Wonder if Acuna might take off on this one. His MO has been to throw that curveball. The 2-2, 96, caught looking, strike 3. Right there below the knees. That's an iffy one, but a lot closer than strike number 2. Any way you cut it, Andy Fletcher's not doing a good job behind the plate. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
If y'all see me walking barefoot in downtown Nashville, mind your business.
First time I was on tour, I was about 20 years old. I was with Buddy Holly.
With Buddy Holly?
Yeah, and in fact, that's the farthest I'd ever been away from home. It was in New York City, and they saw me coming really well. I went to this restaurant there, and this woman come up and she said, what can I do for you? And I really, bologna and cheese, you know, and beef is just about it with me. I didn't know nothing about corned beef and all that stuff, and it was delicatessen, so I ordered a sandwich. And she brought it to me, and I didn't like it at all, so I just took one bite, you know, and I was sitting back, didn't want to make no noise or waves. She come over and said, okay, I'll charge you for just half a sandwich and give you another one. Well, what'll it be? They still didn't have no bologna, you know. I ordered another one, and I didn't like it either, so I put it in my pocket.
You put it in your pocket?
In my pocket. I didn't want to make her mad, man.
But the next day, the Orioles took an early 3-0 lead. Then, in the bottom of the 6th inning, Cleon Jones of the Mets alleged he had been hit in the foot by pitcher Dave McNally. The umpire hadn't seen it. Hodges called for the ball and pointed to a minute speck of shoe polish. Jones went to first.
And here comes Earl Weaver. You could bet on that.
Next up was Don Clendenin.
Deep left field to the warning track.
His home run into the left field stand scored Jones and brought the Mets to within 1 run.
McNally ahead on War.
In the 7th, Al Weiss, normally an easy out, somehow managed to hit a home run to tie up the game.
This game has 3 runs apiece.
In the bottom of the 8th, 2 Met doubles and 2 costly Baltimore errors put New York ahead for good.
Schwellenbach goes back to work as we start the bottom of the 3rd inning. First pitch on the way is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Off the plate. Schwellenbach's not getting those calls. 1-1. 1-1 count. Swing, chops it over towards first. Olsen will step on the bag, beat him by about a step. G3 in your scorecard. 1 away. One down, and that'll bring Willie Adames to the plate. He's 0 for 1. First pitch to Adames is 87, right down the pipe. It's 0-1. Schwellenbach has that 6-pitch mix, but typically on the 0-1, down way, swing and a miss, chased a 4-seam fastball down around his shoe tops. It's 0-2. Typically, what ends up happening with Schwelly is he'll use that 4-seamer, and then he'll pick a couple more that are going well that night and lean on those. The 0-2, inside splitter, 1-2. All in all this year, he's used the 4-seamer 34% of the time, the slider 19, split 14%, and the cut 13. 1-2, chops it down the third base line, but it's foul. We'll do it again. Curveball comes in at about 11% of the time, and the sinker at just about 5%. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, got him with the curveball. 2 down. When he's really going well, he'll spin them all, but typically what I've seen with Schwellenbach is he grabs those 2 off the fastball that are going the best, and then he might throw the others in as show-me pitches. Yastrzemski stands into the box. Righty-lefty matchup. Walked his first time up, first pitch. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. The 0-1. 98 outside wide. 1-1. 1-1 count. Right there, good curveball. Smacks the black on the outer edge. 1-2. The 1-2 count. There you go, Neil. Kicks and fires. Swing! Fouls it back, 98. Out of play. Good to see you, Randall. Always good to see other folks chime in that don't chime in a whole lot. The 1-2 count. Outside, 2-2. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Schwellenbach, by the way, he's sitting at 54 pitches, so a little high for the third inning, even with 2 outs. You'd like to be that number closer to 45, the 2-2. Looked like he went around, did he? He did strike 3. No! Malachi Moore says he didn't hold up. Looked like home plate umpire Fletcher wanted to ring him up, but he ended up double checking with Malachi. Yeah, he went around. What the? The payoff pitch. Swing, chops it back to the mound, and Mr. Gold Glove Schwellenbach is there for a 1-3 putout. We go to the 4th inning. Braves trail it 3-0. Olsen, Ozuna, Ozzy lead us off when we return.
You know the girl's a red flag when she's damn near 30 messing with 18-year-olds. This girl's done been passed around so much to hell moving to a new city, that done moved to a new generation. I bet it's hard messing around with someone from a different generation like that. You know, every generation's got different sayings and slangs, you know. It's like learning a new language all over again. They'll cook supper for them, you know, and they'll come over, they'll eat, and they'll say shit like, man, you put your foot in this. Then you got to go excuse yourself to go to the bathroom, Google what that means, just to learn that it means that the food was good and not that person has a foot fetish. So you got to worry about lotioning up your feet and everything. I know you got them tile floors in there. They're like figure skating. At that rate, your best bet is to start an OnlyFans and go by the name of Tanya Harding. And
y'all, in my house, we don't like to throw away perfectly good food, so we put the leftovers in the Tupperware, put the Tupperware in the fridge, let it go bad, then we throw it out.
If anything were ever to happen to me, I would want you to get remarried.
Okay.
I was a little fast.
Oh, I just want to make you happy.
Okay. Any idea of who you would
Vicky
marry?
Conroy, probably. She works in my office. She's very organized. The kids love her.
Are you guys talking about Vicky?
Yeah.
Mom, she's awesome.
Just so you know, if something were to happen to me,
Something's going to happen to you, all right.
2-1 pitch. Fly ball. Deep left field. Jones is back to the fence. World Series is over. Jones makes the catch.
The Miracle Mets had won the World Series. 4 games to 1.
After the game, after I'd left all the champagne, I would go to losing locker rooms too, and I went into Earl's office, and he was drinking a beer. It was very quiet, and somebody had said to him, didn't you think when you were ahead in the 7th inning you could keep that lead and then take the games back to Baltimore and probably beat the Mets there? And he looked at him and he said, that's what you can't do in baseball. He said, you can't run a few plays into the line and kill the clock. He said, this is why this is the greatest game of them all. You got to give the other man his chance at bat. This is why this is the greatest game of them all.
No greater words ever spoken than those by Earl Weaver. First pitch on the way is a curveball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Clip you just heard where he's talking about why it's the greatest game ever. The game of baseball, the 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. You cannot run out the clock, and you can't say that in other sports. 1-1 count. Matt Olson digging in. He walked his first time up to 1-1. Whoa, that thing hit his foot, didn't it? believe it did, curveball, and he'll head on down to first. So Matty O is heading on down to first, second time on base tonight. You know, let's go ahead and play his clip even though it wasn't a base hit. The man's been hit by a pitch and second time on base.
This is not watered down. This is Ice House.
We need to wake up those bats. Big
Ice
Zoo.
House. Smooth as it gets.
Big Zoo coming to the plate. Righty, first pitch. 95 high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Still a long way to go in this one. The wind blowing out to dead center at about 17 miles an hour. Looks like it's shifted to the right field, right center now. The 1-0. Right there at the knees. Slider touch below. Called for a strike. Ozuna just laughs at Andy Fletcher. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Down in the dirt. The ball gets away, but not far enough for Matt Olson to get down to second. So a 2-1 count. You got to look at if the Braves are not in the mix at the All-Star break. Marcell Ozuna would be a guy that could bring a haul back. I saw a funny article, though, and this one, you got to just laugh at this one. The 2-1, outside wide 3-1. This is from Yahoo, posting it from Athlon Sports. So you would think that these are two entities that you could pretty much somewhat trust. But this is why I say nowadays I don't trust any of these rags because they're all clickbait. I'll get to it here in 1 second. The 3-1, down below the knees, ball 4. They check down the line. He didn't go around, and first base umpire Gabe Morales agrees. He'll head on down to first, and we'll send the Big Zoo on down. Yeah, let's give him a little bit of a roar. 2 on, nobody out, and the Wiz will come to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way is a curveball. That one almost got Ozzy's foot. And honestly, the way he's been hitting, he should have stuck his foot out there. It's a curveball. Man, you could have gotten that thing to bounce on the floor and then hit your shoe. We'd have had the bases juiced. Birdsong's going to get a visit from Chapman, the third baseman, and Bailey, the hind catcher. Braves trail by 3, but the tying run stands at the plate. And if there's a guy that could scoop one into that wind, it's Ozzy Albies. They're going to go back to work. Everyone back to their positions. Birdsong on a 1-0 count to Ozzy. Open stance from the left side. First pitch on the way, 96 out of the zone. It's 2-0. We'll set the camera up so you can see any kind of play that may be at the bags, or hopefully guys crossing the plate. The 2-0 to Ozzy. Nowhere near the zone, 3-0. So a 3-0 count. Standing on deck is Doogie. In the hole, Sean Murphy. The 3-0 to Ozzy. In the dirt, ball 4. Goes to the backstop, but comes right back to Bailey. So the two runners at second and third, or first and second, will head to second and third. No chance for anybody to advance in scores. It came right back to Bailey. And Ozzy, he'll head on down to first.
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
Wish we had the rights to do it. We'd play a little Run DMC Aerosmith action right now. A little Walk This Way, right? Pitching coach JP Martinez is going out there to talk to Birdsong as Iron Lung gifts a handful of memberships. Thank you, Iron Lung. We'll welcome the members in here in a second. First pitch on the way to Verdugo is a slider right down the pipe. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Welcome Beanie Baby, Kevin Parker, aggressively relaxing. Lewis, all of the Country Club. The 0-1 swing. That ball swatted down the right field line. Is it fair? If it is, it's gone. And that ball is waiting for a call here. Just foul, I guess. The guy that ended up with the ball is in fair territory, but I think it just went foul and then bounced. Doogie wants to make sure that they don't want to challenge that. It's really hard to see because as the sun's going down in the blue water down there, he's waiting to see if they want to challenge it. Getting a better look on the San Francisco cam. Still can't see it. I don't know. I'm waiting for them to show a spot where it actually shows where the ball is. There is a replay review. I think this is coming from the umpires. Typically, home runs, that's what they do. The ball, I still can't see if it crossed the... It looks like... Yeah, it looks like it crossed over the pole, meaning from the side they're showing it would be a foul ball. And because they called it a foul, it's going to be really hard to overturn that. Umpire review coming back and it is confirmed, so it's an 0-2 count. Looking at the replay, it's really difficult to see, but you know, I know why traditionally they made them yellow foul poles, I get it. But they really ought to think about making those a dark colored foul pole so when a white ball crosses over it. Anyways, the 0-2, swing and a miss, strike three. Doogie goes down on strikes. And now Sean Murphy, who is a double play waiting to happen, is coming to the plate. He's got to make sure he gets the ball in the air and not banging on the ground. Bases are still loaded. One out. Ducks all over the pond. First pitch swing, and it's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Whistles it right back to the backstop. It's 0-1. Birdsong getting in front of that, in front of Murphy now. Look for him to try to get him to bang that curveball in the dirt. The 0-1. Fastball right there at the knees. Man, that's when he's got to swing at. It's 0-2. Sean Murphy. And it's no fault of his own, but he has no business in the lineup tonight. It ought to be Drake Baldwin. We all know that. The right-hander on the mound. The 0-2. Swing. Spoils that one. Do it again. On deck is Harris. Murphy like to get just a fly ball to get a run scored. Get us off the schneid. Usually the hardest run to score is that first one. The 0-2 to Smurf. Kicks and fires. Third ball. Chases it. Bangs it off the plate. Do it again. You can kind of expect him to see that curveball. You can't just sit on it because with that 97 fastball, he'll blow it right by you, but you got to be ready for that curve because they're trying to get a double play. The 0-2 in the dirt, curveball once again, 1-2. So 1-2 count. You'd love to see that curveball kick off the plate. You go towards one of the dugouts. Let a run score the easy way. 1-2 count. Swing, rips it into right field. Coming in, making the catch, firing it home. Here comes the throw to the plate, and Olsen is safe. And the Braves are on the board. It's 1-0. Good at bat there by Smurf.
Smurf is me. I must call an emergency meeting.
Really surprised they went with that fastball.
Don't try to fool me.
3-1 your score. The runners at first and second did not advance. There was 2 balls that came in. What was that second ball coming from? I think it was a fan. So they're reviewing it. A fan must have thrown a ball into the field of play. They're not going to change the play, I don't believe. Well, let me see what they're doing here. They still have 3-1 on the scoreboard. This ball just randomly comes in. Michael Harris is the batter. It's 3-1. First pitch on the way is a 4-seam fastball outside wide. It's 1-0. They're showing 2 outs of runners on first and second. So I don't know what that was, but their first second, maybe it was an old clip, but they were showing the bases still loaded from the sky view. But it's first and second, 2 outs. The 1-0, swing and a miss, chased a fastball around his eyeballs. It's 1-1. 1-1. D's, you're going to love it. It's the best stadium in baseball right now. The 1-1 pops it back foul. It's 1-2. So runners at first and second, 2 outs. I think what they decided was that the ball didn't have any bearing on the play, which it didn't. Is the 1-2 outside wide, 2-2. But at the same token, I hope they found whoever the jackass was that threw the ball and throw him under the jail. 2-2 count. Harris digging in the pitch. Outside, well outside. He chases it about 4 inches off the plate, just gets a piece of it. We'll do it again. And what a different at bat you would see right now if Harris was standing there with Acuna behind him, right? The 2-2. Swing, rips it into center field. That's down for a base hit. Here comes the throw to the plate. Ozuna is going to be safe. And your Braves have made it a 1-run lead. 1-run game now here in San Francisco.
What they know about that?
God bless you, Mike. Keep your game tight.
Never know. You know what I'm saying? I got a little razzle dazzle.
A little bit of a collision at the plate. Ozuna with the head first slide. He's definitely safe. I think he's okay. He got up and kind of shook it off. We know he's been playing with an injury, but it's an RBI double for Harris. And now runners at second and third with 2 outs. First pitch on the way to Nick Allen. It's 1-0. Nick's got to know he's going to see something. Acuna stands on deck. The last thing they want to do, they're not intentionally going to pitch around Allen to get to Acuna, so he should be seeing some kind of heat. The 1-0. Inside, misses 2-0. I'm just hoping he can't find the zone. It's been a long inning for Birdsong. By the way, not for nothing, he's at 75 pitches here in the 4th inning. Ozuna appears to be okay. He's squawking in the dugout, so I think he's all right, thankfully. The 2-0. Check swing, kind of an excuse me swing. Peppers it towards the first base dugout. It's 2-1. 2-1 count. Brings it. Swing. Fouls back the slider at the top of the zone, 2-2. So Deuce is wild now. And that ball got away from Bailey. If Ozzie would have been on it, it's the 2-2. Swing, hits it hard over toward the right side, but it's going to be right at the first baseman. Kind of a balloon throw to Birdsong covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. But I feel your Atlanta Braves get right back in it. We're down by 1, heading to the bottom of the 4th. And Birdsong's on the ropes.
I just remember, like, in 1998, when the internet blew up and everyone was all freaked out about it, and they were like, keep your information off the internet! And we were like, yeah, for sure. And, like, now, a stranger can literally just pull up to us in an alley and roll down the window, say our name, and we're like, oh, thank God. Can you take me to where I live?
Pete Schneider was a pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds from 1914 to 1918. On May 23, 1923, he had one of the greatest nights a baseball player can have. In that game, he was the starting right fielder for Vernon of the Pacific Coast League at Salt Lake City. In his first at-bat in the first inning, he hit a 2-run home run. Vernon batted around in the third, and once again, he would come up to the plate, this time with the bases loaded. With one swing, he unloaded them with a grand slam. In just 3 innings, he had 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. In the 4th inning, he again hit a home run, this time a 3-run home run. His next at-bat came in the 6th. He just missed another home run when he hit a double off the very top of the center field wall. In the 7th inning, he hit his 4th home run and 2nd grand slam of the game, raising his home run total to 4 and his RBI total to 13. Vernon would bat around again, and Schneider would come to the plate again in the 7th, this time with the bases empty. He hit another home run. His last at-bat came in the 9th. His last at-bat resulted in a fly-out to center field. He ended the game with 5 home runs and 14 RBIs. What a performance. Oh yeah, and his team ended up winning the game 35-11.
Rothstein was basically a guy who never gambled. You know, he's known as a gambler, and he never gambled on anything in his life, which is why he got very, very wealthy. He only put money ostensibly gambling on things that he knew were a sure thing or that he had covered so well that there was no way that he couldn't make a profit. I don't think he really cared about sports. I think he really did cynically feel like, well, these guys are schmucks. They're going to be old men, and I'm still going to be making money off this game when they just have to pay to get into the stadium.
Welcome back. Schwellenbach goes back to work, now just trailing by 1. He'll fire a first pitch strike to Patrick Bailey, the number 8 hitter. It's 0-1. The 0-1 chopped over towards Olsen. That was a high hop. Great stab by the Ice House. He'll flip it to Schwelly, who toe taps the pillow. 1 away. That was a hot shot. Olsen has a wry grin on his face, kind of like, man, okay, I'm alive. Let's go. It was that second hop, and it took off a lot of topspin. First pitch on the way is 97. P at the knees to Tyler Fitzgerald. It's 0-1. That second bounce is the reason why they don't allow 2 bounces in tennis. The 0-1 right there for a strike. It's 0-2. 0-2 count. In the dirt, 1-2. Braves 2. San Francisco 3. Bottom of the 4th. The 1-2. Swung on, chop foul. So a 1-2 count. Schwellenbach comes set. Flips and fires. Fastball. Rifled down the right field line. Fouling out of play. We'll do it again. Cardinals lead the Dodgers 4-0. They're in the bottom of the 7th. The 1-2. Chopped over to short. Allen's got it. Flips it to first. 2 away. Two quick outs and we go to the top of the order. Ramos will be the batter. This is the exact reason why the internet works. Just do not understand the game. One of the guys on X is talking about how earlier in the year, as the first pitch on the way is chopped over towards first, Olsen grabs it, flips it to Schwellenbach, and that'll end the inning. 3-1 put out. I'll finish that thought when we come back, but expected stats are always fables. We'll be back in a flash.
Here I was thinking I was copping some straight up gas, but now I'm looking at it, and it is obvious that I have been gas lit, dude. Because that is not good. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to get lit off that gas, not gas lit.
I just
came to the realization why I'm single. Every guy that I'm like, oh yeah, he's attractive, but I see their wives and they just look like so, like, you know, like, not like this. I pretend my tattoos are gone. Dude, I look crazy. Like, that's why guys don't want to wife me up. And I just come to this realization today.
Shut up, Frank! Shut up! Let's go! Christ, I've been sitting here for 9 innings with you! Oh, they lose 1 game! They've lost 5! They've lost 5 out of last 6! They're falling apart! The Braves never lose!
Armchair.
The proposition to throw the World Series was first brought to me in New York City in front of the Ansonia Hotel. Chick Gandil came to me and said he wanted a conference. He asked me if anybody had approached me on the 1919 World Series with the purpose of fixing. I told him not yet. He asked me if it was fixed, would I be willing to get in and go through with it. I told him I would refuse to answer. Right then. Lefty Williams.
Gandil recruited 6 teammates. Pitcher Claude Lefty Williams. Outfielder Oscar Happy Felch. Third baseman Buck Weaver. Shortstop Swede Risberg. Right-handed pitcher Eddie Cicotti. And the idol of schoolboys all over the Midwest, Joseph Jefferson Jackson.
Welcome back. Ronald Acuna Jr. will lead us off. He takes the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0. Swings at another one that's in the dirt, and it's going to be an infield single. Hit to the left side of the infield. Chapman kind of bobbled it, and by the time he got a handle on it, there was no way to get Ronald Acuna Jr., who was busting it down the line.
Bravo. Bravo.
Austin Riley, the batter, first pitch inside. It's 1-0. 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing, rattles it back, foul. 95-mile-an-hour fastball from Birdsong, who's at 82 pitches. It's 1-1. Yeah, Rob, I got a frog in my throat. When you're in here by yourself and you don't have a secondary person to lean on like they do in television and today's radio, is the 1-1 misses inside 2-1. There's nothing you can really do. You got to fight through it. Every once in a while it'll happen. You're like, what the hell was that? And you just have to fight through it. The 2-1 count. Kicks and fires. Slider up top, hanging slider. That's one that Riley would have annihilated in normal circumstances. But anyways, the internet dork is out here talking about how when Nick Allen was quote-unquote getting lucky with base hits is the 2-2. Swing, fisted up, high in the sky, will stay in play, giving chase to the first baseman. He makes the catch. What a great play. Wow. Dominic Smith slams into the screen, makes the catch, fires the ball back into the infield. The only question they're going to have is, did that ball hit the screen? I don't believe it did, but I don't see it at the top. It didn't look like he trapped it. It looked like he caught it. And I don't think you're going to challenge that anyways. There's no sense of challenging a trap. Yeah, he caught it. Unless he hit the top of the screen, but there's no view of that. You're not going to risk your challenge on Austin Riley going back with 2 strikes to his name. So runner at first, 1 out. Olsen digs in, first pitch. Swing, chops it down the first base line, hammers it, but just foul, and I mean just foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. We've tried doing this before with other people in here, but everyone who's attempted it's not very good at it. The 0-1 swung on, sliced it foul. It's 0-2. I think a lot of people think they can just sit down and start calling a game or even doing color commentary and think they can just do it. It takes a lot more practice than folks realize. The 0-2 count. Swing, pops it up. Chasing 96 a little bit out of the zone, but a little too close to take. There is a right-hander warming up in the Giants bullpen. And Birdsong's at 88 pitches. And honestly, he normally doesn't go much further than the fifth. The 0-2 to Olsen. Braves trail by 1. Tying run at first. Swing at the curveball. Fouls it back. We'll do it again. Fair enough, Neil. I wasn't referring to them. I was referring. We tried it a few years ago to just no one ever really took control of it. The 0-2 in the dirt, 1-2. 1-2 count. Olsen has been on base twice tonight, but does not have a base hit. He walked and it was hit by pitch with a curveball on the shoot. The 1-2, they set up outside wide, fastball high and out of the zone, 2-2. I'd still like to try and see if anyone wanted to do some color commentary, but please don't offer that if you're not sincere on practicing before you get on the mic. The 2-2 count, outside wide, 3-2. Braves trail by 1. Ozuna stands on deck. Full count to Olsen. You wonder if Acuna may go. The payoff pitch in the dirt, ball 4. And I'll tell you what, that was a pretty good move by Bailey. He backhanded a spike in the dirt. And
this is not watered down.
If that ball got away, Acuna might be standing at least at third.
Smooth as it gets.
He was starting to take off when the ball spiked into the dirt and then just kind of slammed on the brakes when he realized Bailey had a hold of it. That's it for Birdsong. Birdsong is bird gone. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves trail by 1, but got 2 on, and Marcell Ozuna stepping to the dish.
Today we're discussing the 1939 New York Yankees. They had 4 players with 100 or more runs. Every player in their starting lineup finished with double digits in home runs and doubles. They also had 4 players who finished with 100 or more RBIs. The most anyone in their starting lineup struck out was 81 times. Only 1 player had more strikeouts than walks. 5 players had an on-base percentage of 400 or higher. 5 hitters produced an OPS plus over 130. The Yankees' pitching was also great in 1939. Red Ruffing threw 233 innings with 148 ERA plus. Their bullpen ate up a lot of innings. Combined, Steve Sundra and Mariusa Russo threw 240 innings with an ERA below 2.75. That season, DiMaggio was incredible. He won the American League Most Valuable Player, batting .381 with a .671 slugging percentage, 30 home runs, and 32 doubles. Oh yeah, and he only struck out 20 times. In May of that year, they went 24-4, scoring 213 runs, or an average of 7.6 runs per game. By the end of May, they were already 6.5 games up in the American League. They won the American League by 17 games with a record of 106-45. In the World Series that year, they faced the 97-win Cincinnati Reds. The 1939 Yankees have the 6th best winning percentage of any team that won the World Series. They also have the largest run differential in baseball history at plus 411.
In 2 years, he had risen from a poor mill boy to the rank of a player in the major leagues. The ignorant mill boy had become the hero of millions. Out on the hot prairies, teams of Joe Jacksons battled desperately with the Ty Cobbs. There came a day when a crook spread money before this idol, and he fell. For a few dollars, he sold his honor. New York World.
Welcome back. Kristen Beck is going to come on, the right-hander with a 1.59 ERA. First pitch on the way is a curveball that smacks the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. The Big Zoo standing at the dish. Acuna at second, representing the tying run. The 0-1 chops it over to third, and this is going to be a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. Now they're going to say he's safe. I guess the throw pulled the first baseman, Dominic Smith, off the bag. So we got runners on the corners and 2 outs. See if they want to challenge us or not. It's close. Looks like that it did pull him off the bag. We'll see if they want to challenge him. The throw to Chapman was good. The throw by... Oh, it did look like his foot was off the bag. So they will not challenge. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Righty lefty, first pitch on the way to the whiz. Is a curveball up top, misses high. It's 1-0. Cunha is at third, so any ball that gets away could score him. Of course, we got a slow runner with the Zuna at first, but there are 2 outs. 1-0. Swing, lifts it, pops it up, high into right center field, and the center fielder cannot find it, but the right fielder, Yaz, saves the day and makes the catch. Man, oh man alive, he lost it in the setting sky. We almost got lucky there. Braves trail by 1. We head to the bottom of the 5th.
If your wife asks if y'all can have someone come and clean the house once per week, tell her you know the perfect person, then call her cell phone. After she backtalks, tell her you're going to speak to her manager, and then text yourself.
What's up, Braves country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love you.
How to pronounce this word, but PepsiCo just officially recalled their sugar-free Shua PPs.
Nobody correct him. Let's all instead Shua PPs ginger ale from now on.
During the 1970s and 80s, the war in Vietnam came to an end, and an American president was driven from office in disgrace. The Berlin Wall came down, and the Cold War ended. Democratic ideals flourished, but a new wave of fundamentalism ignited ancient animosities around the world. Casey Stengel and Satchel Paige died. By 1970, the national pastime was in trouble. Attendance had not increased for more than 2 decades. Now, the owner's grip on the destinies of the players was finally broken. And as their prospects improved, fans returned to the game. But old loyalties were sometimes forgotten. Now, what happened off the field, greed, scandal, strikes, seemed to overshadow the action on it. And now, as television demanded that most games be played at night, a whole generation of young fans would come of age without ever seeing a World Series game.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. First pitch from Schwellenbach to Lee was right there for a strike. He'll follow up that with a 4-seam fastball off the edge. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Let's clean this screen up real quick for you. The 0-2. Cutter misses, 1-2. 1-2 count. Kicks and fires. Splitter down and away. A's have taken a 5-4 lead over Baltimore. They're in the 6th inning. The 2-2. Swing, lifts it. Down the right field line. Foul, giving chases Olsen. That'll just escape his mitt. He gave it the old college try. It fell about 10 feet in front of him. Tell you what, that was a great play by Yaz because most right fielders wouldn't be over there to make that play. And when Lee throws his glove up, like I don't know where the hell it is, Yaz was in the vicinity paying attention to it and made the easy catch. The 2-2 misses high, 3-2. If that ball falls, we're at least tied. Is it 3-2? Comebacker bullet to the mound, but snagged by Schwellenbach. 1-3 put out, one away. I mean, go ahead and mail him and Michael Harris the Gold Glove. Before anybody says anything, do not try to attempt to mail it to Austin Riley. He probably dropped the damn thing. First pitch on the way is a 95 up top. It's Cutter. Hit the zone but didn't get the call. 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Flores the batter. 1-0. Swing. Foul tips it into the glove. It's 1-1 count. Schwelly had just 3 strikeouts so far, 2 walks, 4 hits, 2 earned runs. The 1-1. Good slider, froze him. It's 1-2. Cardinals continue to lead the Dodgers 4-0 in St. Louis. Not really what you want if you're a Braves fan, to be honest with you. I know it sounds weird. As the 1-2 ripped into left center field, it's down for a base hit. Harris cuts it off, and he'll keep the slow-footed Flores to a long single with 1 out in the inning. St. Louis is really the team you want to lose in that battle because, let's face it, the Dodgers are going to run away with their division eventually. But if you have any chance of catching a wild card, it's teams like St. Louis you want to fall apart. 1 on, 1 out. There it is. 4-seam fastball misses down and away. It's 1-0. There it is. Colby's the first one to mention it this week. Trevor Bauer. Sign him. 1-0. Rips it down the third base line. That ball's going to get down. That ball's going to be a problem. Verdugo chases it, fires it in towards the infield. Luckily, Flores is extremely slow. Pretty much has catcher speed at this point in his career. But it is a 1-out double, and the Giants have runners on second and third with just 1 out. Dominic Smith will be coming to the plate. Pitch was down and in, got a little bit too much of the plate. Chapman was able to keep it fair. Leaping attempt by Austin Riley over at third, but there was no shot. Braves are bringing the infield in. First pitch on the way, swung on, chops it foul towards first. It's 0-1. I don't know if I love this. Maybe halfway, but I don't know if I'm bringing the infield in. Wilmer Flores is slow as molasses. You don't need to bring the infield in because you're going to be able to throw him out. You're just speeding up the bat of Dominic Smith. The 0-1. Swing, rips it. Guess it ain't going to matter. That ball's deep into right field. Acuna is going to grab it and fire it towards the infield. Damas will easily score. The runner goes down to third, and it's a 2-run lead for the Giants. But considering that dopey defense, that might be the best thing that could have happened there. You don't bring the infield in when you have a slow runner at third. You might go halfway. And it didn't factor into that play, and I get that, but that's just someone not thinking with their noggin. That's just someone looking down. What does the book say? Okay, well, it says bring the infield in. It doesn't say to bring the infield in when Flores is standing there at third base, or we'll put our Braves cap on and say if that was Sean Murphy standing there at third. You think there's many defenses that want to come in on that? First pitch on the way is chopped over towards third. Riley's got it, fires it across to Olsen. That'll end the inning. Braves give up a run, but it could have been a lot worse. We head to the 6th, trailing by 2 here in San Francisco.
People will say, I have a Facebook, but I don't really know why, because I don't ever get on it. Well, I get on mine all the time. You won't know why, because there's always something going on. There was this girl, okay? She was working in one of them little Herbalife tea shops, just minding her own business in there, and this creepazoid comes in. And he was clearly batting out of his league, y'all. It just wasn't going to happen. She asked him, she's like, look, can I help you? I don't know. Can you? What do you drink? I'll have whatever you like. And it was like the most uncomfortable, awkward conversation ever. He decides to take it upon himself to show her a photo of his little pee-pee, y'all. It seems Limp Bizkit here conned someone into marrying him after this whole incident. Did she find out about it? Yes, she did. His response was, I was just trying to enjoy my last few days of freedom.
Okay, I want you guys to tell me what you think this means. So I just passed a strip club, and their billboard sign said 50 beautiful ladies, 50, half of 100, 50 beautiful ladies. And under it, it said 99 beautiful legs. Does that mean one of the girls only has one leg?
Still, the family of baseball continued to grow. Larry McPhail's grandson Andy ran a team. Yogi Berra's son Dale played for a while. And one evening in California, back-to-back home runs were hit by Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. In Hoboken, New Jersey, the factory Maxwell House had built on the Elysian Fields, where baseball began, closed down. And that same year, the Baltimore Orioles opened a brand new, old-style ballpark on the site of the saloon once owned by the father of Babe Ruth. Everything had changed, and nothing much had changed.
Welcome back. Braves go back to the bats. Verdugo leads us off. Beck back on the bump. First pitch on the way is a curveball inside. It's 1-0. Slider. They're calling it a slider. Didn't slide much. Looked more like maybe a slow cutter. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Beck threw 4 pitches in that last inning. The 1-1 chops it over to first. Should be an easy play by Smith. He'll flip it over to first. Beck covering. 1 up, 1 down. One up, 1 down. That'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate. You're never going to convince me that Verdugo should be hitting that high in the order. I get they want to break up the lefty-righty and whatnot, but Verdugo sitting at 6? What has he done that make you a number 6 hitter? He has not hit a home run. He's barely gotten a few doubles. First pitch on the way to Smurf is inside. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Brings it. Swing, rips it down the third base line. 1-1. As much as I'd rather have Drake in the lineup, with the days you're going to put Smurf in there. I mean, why are we not putting him higher than Verdugo? 1-1 count, and I still say Eli White deserves a few more starts in left field versus right-handers. It shouldn't always be Verdugo. The 1-1, 96, right there. 1-2. One-two count. Swing, hits it hard up the middle. Good play by the shortstop over there. Willie Adames scooped that up like a vacuum, turns and fires it to first. He'll easily get the slow-footed Murphy by about, we'll say, 4 steps. 2 down. That was a bullet, though. He ripped it right into the defense. For a reliever, Tristan Beck has a 4-pitch mix. That you don't see that a lot these days. the first pitch to Harris is four-seam fastball, swatted back foul. It's 0-1. He's got a curveball, a four-seamer, a slider, and a sweeper. He used to throw a change back when he was making himself a starter, but he's since gotten rid of that pitch. The 0-1 rips it down the first base line, right field territory, but plenty foul. It's 0-2. Braves trail by 2. Allen stands on deck. The 0-2. Swing, hits it hard on the ground. That's going to get through the hole, and Money Mike gets on base, and let's see where this takes us. All right, Braves country.
What they know about that?
God bless you, Mike. Keep your game tight.
Never know. You know what I'm saying? I got a little razzle dazzle.
Nick Allen to the plate. First pitch on the way is slider just off the edge, called for a wide strike one. It's 0-1. Nothing else, you're going to clear the number 9 hitter as long as Harris doesn't get thrown out. The 0-1. In the dirt, ball gets away, but not too far. Harris stays put. 1-1. We'll change the view in case Harris does take off. Say Atlanta would want him to stay put, because if Allen cannot, or here's an option, you send Harris, if he gets thrown out, you pinch hit for Allen in the next inning. The 1-1, high and inside. 2-1. If I send Harris right now and he gets thrown out, when we start the 7th inning, Drake Baldwin's going to the plate. Smurf is going to hit the bench. And Luke Williams will take Smurf's spot in the order. The 2-1 right there at the knees. 2-2. 2-2 count. Allen trying to find his way aboard. If he can dink one into right field, Acuna will come to the plate. The 2-2. In the dirt, ball gets away, far away, and Harris will easily walk up to second base. He won't even have to sprint. That ball kicked wide away. So now a base hit would cut this lead in half. Full count. Brings it. Outside wide ball 4. He'll head on down to first. And now we got runners on first and second. 2 out.
Hitting? Not about muscle. Simple physics. Calculate the velocity V in relation to the trajectory T, in which G, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
That'll be it for Beck. Bob Melvin's going to come pull his right-hander. We'll be back in a flash. We'll see who he goes to. With Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. On this date in 1892 at Washington, D.C.'s Boundary Field, Benjamin Harrison becomes the first U.S. president to attend a Major League Baseball game. The commander-in-chief watches Cincinnati defeat the Senators, the last-place team in the National League, 7-4 in 11 innings. On this date in 1925 at Washington's Griffith Stadium, future Hall of Famer Eddie Collins hits a double to become the 6th major leaguer to collect 3,000 hits. The 38-year-old White Sox infielder gets the historic 2-bagger off Washington's Walter Johnson, also a future inductee to Cooperstown. And on this date, 1944, Major League Baseball cancels today's scheduled 8-game slate due to the Allied invasion of Normandy, known as D-Day. The military operation had 60,000 Allied troops, including 6 minor leaguers who will be killed in action, landing on a heavily protected 50-mile stretch of the coastline in France to fight Germany to begin an offensive assault against Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party. And that's your Braves Country Radio on this date in baseball history. Find us on YouTube and Facebook today. The right-hander Ryan Walker is going to come on. He has been the closer for the Giants. He's been all over the place in their bullpen. What you can expect from this right-hander is he's set to face Ronald Acuna Jr. on a righty-righty matchup. Walker digs in. First pitch on the way is a sinker off the plate, 95 miles an hour. It's at 1-0. That's his number one pitch, the sinker. He throws that 61% of the time. His secondary pitch, the slider, 39% of the time. You do the math, that's all he's got. 95-mile-an-hour sinker is right there on the outer edge. It's 1-1. I wouldn't really classify it as a sinker. I would classify it more as a two-seam fastball. But that's what he wants to call it, so that's what they call it. The 1-1, outside wide, slider. Hits the zone, according to home plate umpire Andy Fletcher, but we know he's been calling a bad game all night long. Acuna shakes his head, calls the timeout. Infield back, a little bit to the left. The 1-2 to Acuna, outside wide, 2-2. Standing on deck is Austin Riley, runners at first and second. Two outs. 2-2, Deuce is wild. Pitch, swing, just got a piece of it. Now they're going to say he missed it? Okay, the ball was dropped by the catcher, and I guess that's strike three. I thought he had gotten a piece of it to stay alive. That ends the inning. Acuna down on strikes. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
This is the career of Whitey Herzog. Doral Norman Elvert Herzog was given the nickname Whitey due to his light blonde hair. After spending time between the Senators, the Athletics, the Orioles, and the Tigers over his 8-year playing career, he decided to call it quits. His first stop after hanging up his cleats would be with the Athletics, where he worked as a scout and a coach. His first managerial job would be with the Texas Rangers, but it would be short-lived as he was fired that same year after the team went 47-91. He then moved on to the Angels, who hired him as their third base coach in 1974. His big break would come when he took over as the manager of the Kansas City Royals in 1975. He led the Royals to 3 straight American League West division titles from 1976 to 1978. The last stop on his managerial tour would be with the Cardinals, where he spent 11 seasons. He would lead them to a World Series win in 1982 and 2 other appearances in 1985 and 1987. In total, he led 6 division winners, 3 pennant winners, and 1 World Series win. His extensive baseball background would lead him to becoming a general manager with both the Cardinals and the Angels. He is known for his style of play, nicknamed Whitey Ball, which concentrates on pitching, speed, and defense to win games rather than home runs. He was inducted in the Baseball Hall of Fame by the Veterans Committee in 2010. To close it out, I will share a quote by Whitey himself. "Baseball has been good to me since I quit trying to play."
One of those forms of gentle poetry that runs through our lives and makes the more important issues of living bearable. You have to have moments that give you pleasure with your children or your hobbies or your games. And life can't all be big issues and heart surgery. You need something to give up. Something has to bring joy into the day. I've always thought that the 6 months during the baseball season, there was something in the day that wasn't there the other 6 months in winter. It was not that you had to listen to the game, but that you could if you needed it.
Swing and a miss, and he took a mighty cut. Quite a touching sight. Everyone standing at Fenway Park as Ted Williams hit probably for the last time in a Boston uniform in this ballpark. Malarsic back to the wall. There's a drive to deep right center. This may be gone. Brad way back there watching. Home run, Ted Williams.
Welcome back. Schwellenbach goes back to work. First pitch on the way was a strike, followed up by a foul back pitch down the first base line. It's 0-2. Yastrzemski, the batter. He's 0 for 1, righty-lefty matchup. The 0-2. Schwelly fires. Splitter misses. 1-2. 1-2 count. He set up outside. 98. Fastball. 2-2. Pitch was about 2 to 3 inches off the plate. Schwellenbach sitting at just 3 strikeouts so far. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, rips it into right field, but right at Acuna. He'll make the catch in deep right field. Very strangely crafted outfield here in San Francisco. There's all kinds of nooks and crannies where they poke out. You got 365 in some spots, 415, then it jets back in, then it jets back out. First pitch on the way to Patrick Bailey is in the dirt. It's 0-1. Oh, excuse me, 1-0. The 1-0, outside wide, 2-0. Bailey 0 for 2 on the night. Schwellenbach is at 88 pitches. So you'd figure this is probably his last inning, the 2-0 pitch. Right there at the knees, sinker, good pitch by Schwelly. One of his better sinkers of the night, 2-1. Same two teams back at it tomorrow, 4:10 first pitch. Remember, we won't be here Sunday. I had a death in the family and I won't be in town. That's the short of it. 2-1, down and in, 3-1. We will be back in time for game 1 of the Milwaukee series. 3-1 count. Infield back into the right. Pitch swung on, chops it over towards second. Ozzie has it, flips it to first. 2 down. Two outs, and Fitzgerald will come to the dish. Tyler Fitzgerald, 0 for 2 with the strikeout. He grounded out to short his last time up. First pitch on the way. Swung on, chopped foul, 95 sinker in. 0-1. Top of the order due up next. In a perfect world, Schwelly will never see him. He'll probably go out to the bullpen for the 7th inning. The 0-1, 96 at the knees, it's 0-2. You do wonder if you will see Kimbrel tonight, no matter what the score is, just to get the jitters out. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That was his last pitch. It was a dandy. Splitter in the dirt. That'll end the inning. 1, 2, 3. We go to the 7th inning. And the heart of the Atlanta Braves order is coming to the plate.
Come every time you say I'm tired, there's always a parent nearby that's going to say, if you don't have children, you don't know what tired is. But have you guys considered how exhausting it is listening to you complain about your children all the time? I need a double espresso and 20 milligrams of Adderall just to keep my eyes open around you all sometimes. So, did you save the receipt?
This is the career of Pete Brown. He referred to his eyes as lambs and was said to have stared into the sun to strengthen them. He named his bats after biblical figures and retired them when he felt they ran out of hit. He was primarily an infielder in his first 3 seasons, but was moved to the outfield in 1885 where he stayed until the end of his career. In his first season as a pro in 1882, he led the American Association in batting average, on base percentage, and slugging percentage. He had his best season in 1887, scoring 137 runs, amassing 220 hits, stealing 103 bases, and driving in 118. Twice in the decade he hit for the cycle, once in 1886 and again in 1889. In 1890 he won his 3rd and final batting title, hitting .373 for the Cleveland Infants. His .341 career batting average remains one of the highest in Major League history. What's even more impressive is he did all this despite being deaf from an inner ear condition known as mastoiditis. Because of his condition, he would often appear on the field while drunk, and was even suspended for the final 2 months of the 1889 season for drunkenness. Some say he was the inspiration behind the popular Louisville Slugger line of bats. Even with everything I've told you, he still isn't in the Baseball Hall of Fame. What do you think? Should he be?
I think what baseball is a game that allows people who watch it to think about nothing else. It allows us to feel connected to a place.
On April 20th, 1912, 2 months before the cornerstone was laid for Ebbets Field, Fenway Park opened its doors for the first time. The Red Sox beat the New York Highlanders that afternoon 7-6 in 11 innings, beginning one of the most intense rivalries in baseball.
Welcome back. Austin Riley takes the first pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. 96, sinker. 0-2. Walker is back out there for the 7th inning. Not sure if he'll face Olson, who stands on deck, but he's staying in to face Riley. The 0-2 to Austin, who's 0 for 3. Comes set, brings it. Outside wide, goes to the backstop, 1-2. One-two count. Did look like that might be Kimball warming up in the bullpen. That ball goes to the backstop. Good night, Irene. 2-2. Yeah, that is Craig Kimball warming up. He does still have the man bun. The 2-2. Down below the knees, 3-2. Close pitch. Considering home plate umpire Andy Fletcher's zone tonight, I'd say we got away with one. It was a ball, but he's been calling some really questionable pitches. The payoff pitch to Riley. Swing, whistles it into the center field, and it's down for a base hit. And Austin Riley is on with one on, nobody out to start the inning. Good hit by Riley.
You're my boy, Blue! Blue, you're my boy!
First pitch on the way to Olson is well off the plate. For a strike, it's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup, the 0-1 to Olson. Swing! That ball's belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, a 2-run shot! And Matt Olson has just tied this puppy up. Let's go Braves country. Holy Toledo. The Ice House. 391
from
feet.
Plank Road Field. Smooth as it gets.
Ice House. Always smooth, never watered down.
We must win today. Losing is not an option.
13th home run, 34th RBI. Almost put it into the drink there into right field. We have tied the game up. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a sinker below the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, rifled it over to first off the glove of Smith. He'll recover and flip it to Walker's standing at first. One down. Man, was that a shot by Olson. One down, and Ozzie Albies the batter. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is 84th the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Inside misses, 1-1. 1-1 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Open stance from the left side. The pitch. Chased one well off the plate, 1-2. The longer I do these games, the more I'm just dumbfounded on how bad the umpiring is. Major League Baseball. The 1-2. Up top misses, 2-2. And I get it. They're not perfect. They're humans. But some of these guys with their strike zones, you would think when we do games in a 162-game season that maybe 25 are just awful. 2-2. Slices it foul. Do it again. I am now at the point where I am in shock when we don't get a bad umpire. When we don't even notice the guy behind the plate until the 5th or 6th inning, you're like, damn, this guy's actually doing a good job. The 2-2. Swung on and dribbles it over to second. Chase one off the plate. That'll be a 4-3 putout. One away. Game is tied now. Braves come all the way back from a 3-0 deficit. It was a 4-2 deficit. Now it's tied 4-4. We're here in the top of the 7th, and Craig Kimbrell is going to come on. He's not the Craig Kimbrell of old, so don't expect the guy coming in there and lighting up the radar gun. But this is probably an appropriate place for him to be. Is the first pitch on the way is a slider down and in. It's 0-1. Thank you for the contribution, Iron Lung. 0-1. Just a bit outside. 1-1. You talking about someone who is spotting dimes and eating onions. That's about the 6th pitch that he's thrown to the backside. He's only been in the game a little bit. The 1-1 right down the pipe. Spotting a dime there. It's 1-2. So 1-2 count. Verdugo trying to work his way aboard. The pitch. Swing, slices it towards left. And that's going to... that ball's going to get down. Little misplayed by the left fielder, Ramos. I would think they're going to give him a single. That was not a gimme. I would think that's probably a single. But either way, we extend the inning with 2 outs.
What's going on?
Blood pressure's coming up. The pulse is getting stronger.
Get the OR ready. We've got a live one going, and we want him to stay that way.
The ball gun went under his glove, and it took a weird bounce where it actually rolled back to him. As the first pitch on the way to Murphy's outside wide, it's 1-0. If he hadn't have made contact with the ball, it probably rolls to the back of the wall, and Verdugo would be in scoring position. 1-0. Swing up the middle. It's going to be a tough play. Should have enough time to get Murphy, though. He runs like a tortoise. They get him 6-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Tie this baby up. Get up and stretch, Braves country. We got something cooking in San Fran.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right. 1, 2, 3. Me out to the ball. Hey, me out to the night. Find me something up. Cracker Jack.
Craig Kimbrell comes on for your Atlanta Braves for the first time since 2014. Righty-righty matchup to face the top of the order. First pitch on the way, fastball. Up top for a strike, it's 0-1. Kimbrel is rocking a man bun nowadays. Kind of like the anti-Samson. Ever since he's had that man bun, he hasn't been very good. But hopefully, a new start here in Atlanta. The 0-1. Four-seamer just off the plate, 1-1. 1-1 count. Still does that bend at the knee before he calls the pitch. The 1-1 swing, slices it towards right field. A dinker, a dunker into right. Acuna will keep it from rolling too far, but it's a leadoff single for the Giants. Not a hard hit ball at all. Just sliced up top. 82-mile-an-hour hanger. What you'll see from Kimbrel is a four-seamer, a curve, a sweeper, and a change. That looked like his sweeper. First pitch on the way to Lee. Runner goes, throw down to second. Did they get him? They got him! Smoke him if you got him! He got him! One away. Ramos got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Smurf fires a bullet down to second base. Good tag by Allen, and there we go.
Smurf is me. I must call an emergency meeting.
Don't try to fool me.
Got him by about little less than a half step. We'll call it basically a tenth of a second. That's all you need. As the 1-0 misses outside wide, 2-0. 2-0 count. Righty, lefty, Lee digs in. That pitch is nowhere near the zone, 3-0. So he's in danger of walking Lee now. Standing on deck is Flores. Chapman is in the hole. The 3-0. Right there at the knees. Did not get the call. Ball 4. So he'll walk batter number 2. That's a pitch he's been calling a strike all night, and he did not call it that time. If you can't see it on your monitor, we'll say that good 20-25% of the ball was in the zone. Kimbrel flips it over to first to keep Lee close by. He is a threat to steal as well. Flores, the batter, he's 2 for 3. Righty, first pitch on the way. Slider down and away. It's 1-0. Braves 4, Giants 4, bottom 7. The 1-0. Slider misses out of the zone. 2-0. 2-0 count. They're going to go out there and talk to Kimbrel. Or at least Murphy is. Probably trying to go over what he wants to do. When you think about it, they haven't had much time to talk with Kimbrel. When he came on, all the major leaguers were already up. So Smurf and Baldwin are going to be behind when talking to him. The 2-0 fires it down to first, trying to catch him in the back door. Lee will get under the tag. It's 2-1. Looks like Dylan Lee is warming up in the pen. The lefty Smith is 2 batters after Flores. It's 2-1. I don't know why the Braves have 3-0 over there. As Kimbrel fires it over to first to get the runner close by. But that's Braves production. The Braves television production the last few years has been atrocious. Man, that's a close tag. I'll tell you what. They want to think about it's too late now, but that was a very close tag. The 3-0 or 2-1 inside 3-1. Three-one count. Brings it. Swing, rips it down the third base line, but foul. 3-2. Full count. And he throws it over, and he gets him. He got Lee with his hand in the cookie jar. Kimbrel was doing his lean over and turned around and quickly fired a missile over to first. He got him. He was leaning just a bit. Lee's standing over there. I think he wants them to challenge, but they got him. I mean, he kind of hesitated, then got tagged in the shoulder, then hit the bag, and now he's standing over there. Kimbrel said, "Good night, baby." He put his fingers in the air almost like a gunslinger. I love it. The payoff pitch to Flores. Check swing, foul down the first base line. We'll do it again. I do want to see something now that we have no one on base. Can you make out Kimbrel leaning over like that? Yeah, you can. That's pretty cool. The payoff pitch. Straightens up. Brings it. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Greg Kimbrel's back, baby. We're back. We're back. Tie game here in Braves country.
Face out there in safety training and lose a limb on the job. Be a man.
Hey, I might be late to pick you guys up.
Why, do you have a job interview today, Daddy?
No, honey, I'll probably just be way too drunk.
That's good. We don't want you drinking and driving.
Oh, I'll be driving. I'll just be too faced to remember to pick you guys up.
The last conversation I ever had with my dad, the night before he died, if you knew what my dad was like, he wasn't, "I love you and I'm sorry." He was a doer, not a talker. And he told me that he went through the same thing when he was a ball player. My dad was a really good baseball player. And this is how you get over this issue. You don't have a mental block. He said you have a temporary loss of confidence. And once the confidence comes back, this thing will dissipate. And so I started working on it in practice, just like he had told me. And I started getting my confidence back in practice. I actually switched him. I took on practice as a game. And so when game time came along, it was like, hey, I've already been through this. I was relaxing. And then when I got through that thing, I went on and I led the league in fielding in my position when I went to the American League. And I was in the top 5 fielding from then on in all the second basemen. So it was about conversations with my dad that helped me get over this. And then oddly enough, after my dad died, about 3 years later, I was talking to my mom about this conversation with my dad. And my mom and dad have been together since the 5th grade. And my mom told me, she said, "Your dad never had a throwing problem in his life." He just said that because he knew how much I revered his strength and his wisdom. And if he could go through it, then it's not so bad that I'm going through it. And that's how I got my confidence back, by somebody that was selfless enough, like my dad, to tell me this when he never went through a throwing problem, but it helped me get over it. And thankfully, I was one of the very few guys that went through this thing that got over it. A lot of guys don't get over this issue.
Welcome back. Your dreams are your ticket out. You know. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris. The second from the Submarine right-hander Tyler Rogers is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Rogers, ERA of 1.59, the 1-0. Slices it foul, 1-1. 28 innings, 27 strikeouts. Funky delivery, but he's made it work for a long time out here. The 1-1. Swing, chops it foul, 1-2. Doesn't throw the ball hard. He'll come in the mid-80s to low 80s. He tries to get you with movement. Harris is 2 for 3 with 2 singles and an RBI. Braves and Giants tied it forward. The 1-2 swing ripped over to second. Backhanded. Nice play by Fitzgerald. He'll flip it over to first. 4-3, 1 away. Braves and Giants tied at 4. One of just 2 games going on right now. Major League Baseball. The other one, A's lead the Orioles 5-4 in the 7th. All the other games are in the books. Rays beat the Marlins. Pirates walked off the Phillies 5-4. Nats blanked the Rangers 2-0. Drake Baldwin will come in and hit for Nick Allen now. First pitch on the way to Drake is sinker off the edge. It's 1-0. Yankees 9-6 over the Red Sox. Tigers beat the Cubs 3-1. The 1-0 right there for a strike 1-1. Astros beat the Guardians 4-2. Royals 7-2 over the White Sox. Padres 2-0 over the Brewers. The 1-1 swung on and lifted. Fouling out of play over the third base dugout. Do it again, 1-2. Blue Jays 6-4 winners over the Twins. Dodgers get blanked by the Cardinals 5-0. Mets beat the Rockies. What's new? 4-2. Angels 5-4 winners over the Mariners. Reds and Diamondbacks will be suspended till tomorrow. 1-2 chops it back towards the mound. It's going to be a tough play for Rogers. He'll underhand it to Smith covering the bag. 2 down. So kind of a mixed bag of tricks there for Craig Kimbrell, his first appearance for the Braves since 2014. He gave up a base hit, but it was a weak base hit. That player was erased with the caught stealing by Murphy. His first pitch on the way to Acuna's foul back. It's on 1. Then he walks a batter. He erases that batter with his own pickoff move and then strikes out the final batter of the side. Took him 14 pitches to get that done. The 0-1, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. (0-2) count. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Man throws 83 miles an hour, but you'd think he was throwing hard gas. That'll end the inning. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Tied up here in San Fran. 4-4 your score.
When guys pee, do they hold it like a joint or like a cigarette?
Market analysis.
All right, we're already 2 minutes over, and we really need to wrap this up. So if you could send the action items and your notes as a follow-up to the team, that'd be great.
Well, okay, well, no one, I mean, I didn't take any notes for this meeting. No.
That's
a shocker. Well, no
What
one,
have you been doing this entire time then?
I would like to plead the 4th.
You want protections from unlawful search and seizure? That doesn't make any sense.
All right, well, objection?
We're not in a courtroom, so...
Thank you. So case dismissed. I think we can move on.
No, case not dismissed. Did you write anything down at all?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, can we see what you have written? I'm your boss. I'd like to see what notes you took.
Okay, objection and incompetence. I mean, this is...
Well, it would have been a little bit better if I knew.
It would have been better if you listened.
When he makes these kind of comments, he really, truly does not know what he's talking about, in all honesty, and that's why he makes such asinine comments, because he truly doesn't know.
Always injured. I mean, damn, it's baseball. Maybe it's karma for him that he stayed with the Angels.
When I was in Philly, okay, when I was in the Philadelphia clubhouse, we had a traveling secretary Frank the Tank. Well, I got this conversation with him about Stephen A. Smith one day. I said, well, how come he never comes in the clubhouse anymore? And he says to me, oh, no, we had to kick him out of the clubhouse. I said, oh, really? I said, y'all kicked him out of the clubhouse. I said, well, why did y'all kick him out of the clubhouse? And he proceeds to tell me that he was doing all kind of shady shit, like going through the manager's office, and when he wasn't in there, going through the training room, pulling out reports in all kind of places he shouldn't have been. So I've always looked at this guy like a complete joke.
Welcome back. Dylan Lee will come into the game. First pitch on the way is a slider inside to Chapman. It's 0-1. Jameson, you must not have been paying attention to it earlier. Scott Blewett was DFA'd yesterday. I believe the Orioles picked him up. The 0-1's in the dirt. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Swing. Hammers it down the third base line, but foul. It's 1-2. Luke Williams comes into play shortstop. Sean Murphy is still behind the plate. The 1-2. Check swing. We'll do it again. One-two count. Swing lifted high and deep into left center field. Drifting over, making the catch is Verdugo for a loud out number one. I checked to see in all the interviews if anybody brought it up, and you knew they wouldn't, but I wanted to see if they had the stones, anyone in the Atlanta media would bring up why DFA Scott Blewett when all in all he's pitched pretty well yesterday game aside, and hold on to Montero, who's averaging walking a guy an inning. But nobody brings that kind of stuff up. First pitch on the way is 95 inside. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, foul back. 0-2. Casey Schmidt is the pinch hitter. He's hitting for Dominic Smith, the left-handed bat that was sitting at the number 5 spot. So we'll see if they keep Schmidt in the game. The 0-2 belted down the left field line. Foul. Man, did he hammer that one. He's only batting 196 on the year with a 563 OPS. But good night, Irene. He almost took the lead. Let's not play that game again. The 0-2 from Lee. Swing pops it up. Should be a can of corn. It is. Who wants it? Olsen calling off Ozzie. He'll make the catch, 2 away. Man, was that ball smoked. Tim, if you're asking about Jared Kelenic, he is still a Brave. He's still in AAA. Braves have options on him. Blewett, they didn't have any options on, but they also didn't have options on Montero. They kept Montero because of money. First pitch on the way is a swing and miss slider. It's 0-1. They're hoping to trade or get something out of Montero because of the financial commitment they made to him this year. But you put his stats up against Scotty B's, and it's not even close. The 0-1, that ball's belted deep down the left field line in to the upper deck. but it's plenty foul. It's 0-2. They're well out in front of that slider. The 0-2 count. They set up inside. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Dylan Lee comes in. 1, 2, 3. We'll go to inning number 9. See if we can crack the code here in San Francisco and get off the schneid.
Don't ask me for advice. I still think punching in the face is the right answer.
Today is performance review day company-wide. There's been some ups and downs this year, and I think that things could turn favorably to me, favorably for me. I gotta say I'm a little nervous. We'll see how it goes.
Could you please pull up your self-evaluation for your annual performance review?
Yep, so I did fill out my evaluation and sent it over. So this is how I scored myself.
Okay, yeah, you need to pull up the one that Matt and I sent over because clearly there's a major disconnect here. As you can see, this is the criteria that Matt and I used so that we could score.
Did you grade yourself a 9 on a scale from 1 to 5?
Well, yeah, I mean, I highly exceeded the many expectations. Sorry, I'm still hung up on 0 and -1. I honestly thought I was going to get promoted.
Just to be very clear, you exceeded no expectations, and we don't promote people who have been drinking on our company Zooms.
Okay, so I feel like I make one little mistake.
No, actually, the drinking on the work calls happened twice.
Yeah, and you used a company card at the Gentleman's Club.
But at least I'll still get a bonus this year. Which am I going to get a bonus still? Because I feel like
You're absolutely not getting a bonus.
Okay, well, I feel like a salary increase then, because
we're actually considering decreasing your salary.
Likability score was a 3, so got to take that as a W.
The idea that you can walk into a ballpark, whether it's Fenway Park, Yankee Stadium, or wherever, and sit down and watch a game played by boys who have become men. So you can imagine yourself still playing this game, no matter what age you are. And when you sit there, the door to your past life, which occurred 15 minutes ago at the office, on the bus, in your home, that door closes and you get lost in the technical details, the intricate details of baseball as it's played out. There's always a surprise in baseball. God, I never thought he'd be able to get to that ball. That's part of baseball's magic.
Milo Duvall will come on, pitch the 9th inning. He is the Giants' closer, and he can bring it. First pitch on the way from Duvall is 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Riley leads us off. The infield is back into the left. Outfield straight away. The 0-1. Swing. Slider. Slices it back. Into the upper deck, out of play. It's 0-2. 0-2 count. Standing on deck is Olsen. He tied this game up his last time up, the 0-2. Swing, chops it foul, 100 miles an hour. Just over the top of it, dribbles it in between home and third. Braves 4, Giants 4. The 0-2. Inside, 100 miles an hour. Blinding speed. We'll do it again. He's got a slider and a cutter. That's pretty much it. He does have a sinker, but the slider, the cutter's about the same pitch. The 1-2. Pops it up, back to foul. We'll do it again. You look at the velocity. Just has a little bit different movement, but he rarely throws that sinker. 98% of the time he throws that slider or cutter. Leans more on the slider because that's a strikeout pitch, this chase pitch. The 1-2. Swing and a miss slider. One away. Matt Olsen, your batter. Last time up, he belted one into the right field stands. Imagine if he gets around on one of these 100-mile-an-hour pitches from Duvall. We've never fared well against Duvall. First pitch on the way is outside wide. Slider misses, 1-0. What you'd like to see the Braves do is kind of run his pitch count up a little bit, and then if we get to extra innings, get him out of that game. He's sitting at just 7 pitches right now. 1-0. 98 on the outer edge. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Looking to check to see what his usage has been the last few games. 1-1, swing and a miss at the slider, down and in. 1-2. Be interesting to see who the Braves go to in the ninth. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. Slider missed by a mile. Looking at Doval's usage over the last several games, he's been used tonight and, of course, last night is the 2-2 up top, 3-2. He's been, tonight will count. The last 4 days he's been used 3 times. The payoff pitch to Olsen. Up top, got him with the strike. Backwards K, 2 down. Slider, it hit the top of the zone. Olsen, I believe, thought that ball was going to bend away. It's one of the few that I'll say tonight that Fletcher was right about. Olsen looks ticked off about it, but it looked like it hit the top of the zone. Top corner in the right side. Marcell Ozuna, the batter, first pitch on the way. That one did not hit the zone. 100 miles an hour. Ozuna kind of looking at him. He goes, "Are you crazy?" It's 0-1. He is crazy. Andy Fletcher's not good. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Whatever Ozuna said, he said it with his eyes too. He rolled his eyes at him, basically just like, "Dude, what are you doing?" Robot umpires cannot come soon enough, that's for sure. And if the umpire union threatened to strike, I say let him strike and just put whoever wants to grab that job out there with the robot help. They can't do worse than what these knuckleheads are doing. The 0-2 to Ozuna, swing, hammers it foul down the line, 101 miles an hour. If he can just keep that thing straight, man, he's going to take the lead. Because with Ozuna's power and the ball coming in at 100 miles an hour, all he's got to do is keep it down the right field line. The 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. And just like that, the Braves go down in order. 1, 2, 3. Doval doing damage. I doubt we would see him for a 10th. So let's get this next inning 3 up, 3 down as well.
My wife asked me if I'd clear the dinner table. Got a running start, but I made it.
Y'all, I've come to realize that all I have to do is buy one item of clothing from an online store, and that company will send me 2 emails every single day for the rest of my life.
I am has tweezers in my car years old. I used to drop it low and pick it up slow on purpose, but now it's an accident years old. If you hear about me popping and locking anywhere, that's just my bones with any sudden movement years old. I am at the doctor's office and they give me 38 forms to fill out that say, "What's your birthday? What's your birthday? What's your birthday?" And then the last one is like, "And how old are you?" And I write in the little line, "I'm off the clock. You do the math, you lazy sons of years old." That's how old I am.
I wouldn't do anything for a Klondike bar, but I would do some sketchy stuff for some coffee.
On October 14th, 1992, the Pittsburgh Pirates were in Atlanta facing the Braves in the 7th and deciding game of the National League Championship Series. With 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, Pittsburgh led 2-1, but Atlanta had the bases loaded. A pinch hitter, Francisco Cabrera, who had had only 10 at-bats all season, was at the plate.
And now the Braves season hangs in the balance. The 2-1. Line drive and a base hit! Just as the score...
With the tying run in, most assumed that the runner on second, Sid Bream, hobbled by 5 knee operations, would be held at third. But the third base coach sent Bream anyway.
Bream to the plate! And he is safe! Safe at the plate! The Braves go to the World Series!
For the next decade and a half, Atlanta would dominate the National League, returning again and again to the postseason.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Well, let's see if we can get this to the 10th inning with the ghost runner and all. Be Ozuna. I would think we'll get a pinch runner. Encarnacion's going to come on and bat against Dylan Lee. Lee back out there. He is not fared great when back out there for a second inning. First pitch on the way is a slider down and in. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, rips it over to short. Line drive caught by Luke Williams. Good job by Cool Hand Luke. L6 in your scorecard. One away. One down. Does look like Pierce Johnson's warmed up in the bullpen. I was starting to think he retired after not using him the last few days. First pitch on the way is a slider up top for a strike. To Bailey, it's 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup, the 0-1. Brings it. Inside slider, 0-2. 0-2 count. Patrick Bailey 0 for 3 with 3 ground outs. The pitch. That strike was right there. Didn't get the call. Another bad call by Fletcher. What should be 2 away is now a 1-2 count to Bailey. So he lives to tell the tale. Tell the tale. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Took an extra pitch, but he got him. 2 down. 2 away. That should bring Tyler Fitzgerald up unless they pinch hit for him as well. They got to be running out of guys. Take a look at that here in a second. Dylan Lee is going to come out of the ball game. So that's it for him. Pierce Johnson's coming in. There's 2 outs here in the 9th. We'll see if PJ can send us to extra innings.
I didn't know Sylvester Stallone was on his 3rd marriage. I guess his first one was Rocky, and his second one was Rocky 2.
Girls, what's just happened?
So, there's an ice cream van there selling just 2 ice creams with 2 chewing gums in it.
Yeah.
For bloody £9 for 2 of them.
£9 for 2?
Yeah, £9. That is going to get nowhere. The one that comes on my street is either £1 a p or £2. That is going to get nowhere with that.
No, he ain't, is it?
No, he ain't.
That's well bad, isn't
Yeah,
it?
you should know. And he only does bloody card. Stood there with my cash. Bloody hell.
That's well bad, isn't it?
Bloody well bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, bet he can hear me.
Next time your wife asks you if the dishwasher is making a funny sound, tell her no. You sound just fine to me.
What's up, Braves country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark.
Pierce Johnson, the batter, or the pitcher, excuse me. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way is a curveball up top. Just misses high. It's 1-0. Tyler Fitzgerald, the batter, 0 for 3 on the day. you're wondering why they pulled Lee. It's 1-0. Right there. 1-1. Fitzgerald hits left-handers much, much better. In fact, most of his powers come from against left-handed pitchers. So that's why they didn't want him to have that advantage. 1-1 count. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. And to be honest, they got more out of Lee than I expected. Lee, typically, when you leave him in there for that second inning, he goes out there. There's usually a problem. And that's not a knock on Dylan Lee. Most of your relievers, that's a thing. 1-2 count. Not saying it won't fail, but that's the logic. 1-2, pops it up. Murphy gives chase. Is he going to run out of room? He will. Just right of the Braves dugout. San Francisco Giants are one of the few teams that call third, well, not one of the few. Lesser teams call third base home. The Giants are those. It's about 40% of the league, I believe, have third base as their home dugout. Pierce Johnson goes back at it, the 1-2 pitch. Murph sets up outside. Down and away curveball, 2-2. The 2-2. Brings it. Swing, slices it into right field, and it's down for a base hit. So the inning continues, and the top of the order will come to the plate. Helio Ramos, who's 3 for 4. Now set to face Pierce Johnson. Wasn't a bad pitch, honestly. He just was able to fist it. It's an inside-out swing. Typically, that's a swing that doesn't pay off, but it did in that time. Ramos, the batter, first pitch on the way, curveball. Inside strike, we'll take it. It's 0-1. I mean, that pitch is 2 to 3 inches inside. Heck, if he's going to give you it there, just keep throwing it there. The 0-1. Turns around and flips it over to first. They got him! They picked another guy off! Holy cow! PJ sends him hoofing and woofing. Now we're going to extra innings. You know who was good at throwing extra innings? That Scott Blewett guy. We'll be back in a flash.
Who is the youngest player to appear in a Major League Baseball game? Look no further, this is the story of Joe Nuxhall. With many baseball players being called away to serve in World War II, the Reds, looking to fill out their roster, were interested in signing a 36-year-old semi-pro pitcher named Orville Nuxhall. The game they came to scout had Orville pitching for one team and his 14-year-old son pitching for another. Both of them would be offered tryouts, but only Joe would be able to attend. Joe would make enough of an impression during his tryout that he was offered an opportunity to travel with the team on their next trip to St. Louis. Although he made the trip to St. Louis, he wouldn't be able to make the trip to Chicago due to school resuming in the near future. He would sign a contract with the Reds in 1944 that paid him $175 a month, signed on his behalf. On June 10, 1944, at the young age of 15, he made his Major League debut playing mop-up duty with the Reds, trailing 13-0. 2/3 of an inning, 5 runs allowed on 2 hits, and 5 walks. The next out he would get wouldn't come for another 2,902 days, and wouldn't return to the majors until 1952. 14 years later, at the age of 37, he retired from baseball, with 135 wins and 2,300 innings under his belt, spanning over 16 seasons.
At the heart of this cultural phenomenon was Jackie Robinson, and in 1956 he would lead the Dodgers to the 6th pennant of his career. It would also be his last. With Robinson's retirement, Brooklyn was losing a hero, but after the next season they would lose something more. Roy Campanella would have his career tragically cut short in a car accident.
Cappy's accident stunned the whole team. When we found out he was actually paralyzed, we didn't say a word. We just couldn't speak.
Before they could get over the loss of their 2 great heroes, the borough of Brooklyn would lose their entire team. As the Dodgers announced they were moving to Los Angeles for the 1958 season. For Brooklyn fans, the pain would be both immediate and long-lasting.
When it came out that we were moving to L.A., oh my God, they went up in arms. They couldn't believe it, could not believe it. It was like losing a loved one.
Welcome back. We are in extras. Looks like we're going to get the first appearance. The gentleman that they called up a few days ago. Jose Azocar will be the ghost runner as Ozzie Albies set to face Miller, the left-hander. First pitch is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. Azocar, an outfielder. He's got pretty good speed. The 0-1. He took Stuart Fairchild's place, if you're wondering. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Oh-2 count. 97 misses high. 1-2. Braves 4, Giants 4. We're here in the top of the 10th inning. Braves trailed 3-0, have come back to make this a game. Eric Miller, the left-hander, on the mound. The 1-2. Fists it foul back out of play. We'll do it again. Standing on deck is Eli White. 1-2. Outside wide. 2-2. He'll be taking the place of Verdugo. 2-2 count. The pitch. Swing. Slices it towards right field fairly deep. Making the catch is Yaz. He'll fire it into the infield. Azocar slides into third safely, and the go-ahead run is 90 feet away. Great job by Ozzie to move the runner over. If you're wondering about Eric Miller, he's got a 4-pitch mix. You'll see the four-seamer, the changeup, the slider, and the sink. He tops out at around 97, 98 miles an hour. Eli White, the batter. Standing on deck is Sean Murphy. If they keep the line going, it's Michael Harris. But right now, the game is at the plate. Eli White has a chance to tie this game without getting a base hit. A fly ball as they bring the infield in to tie the game. First pitch on the way. Change up down and away. It's 1-0. Tried to get him to chase. We'll go ahead and pull the view back so you can see the whole 9 yards. Swing, chops it over towards third. He's safe. Eli's going to be out at first on a 5-3 putout. Eli pulled the pitch and chopped it over to third. Azocar was dangerously close to getting picked off there. Now it's going to take a base hit to get him home. Just got in on the safe play. Eli, man, that was close. Azocar should have been sliding. He just stuck his foot back out there. They're going to auto walk Sean Murphy to get to Michael Harris. So you'll have a lefty-lefty matchup here. It's Harris, and Eric Miller's extremely tough on left-handers. That's why they're doing that. So it's going to be up to Harris for some dramatics. Just punch that ball along. Standing on deck is Luke Williams. So if they fall behind Harris, they may pitch around him as well. First pitch on the way. Broken bat, shattered in between third and home. The ball goes that way as well. It's 0-1. Murphy at first. They have no option to pinch run for him. As Baldwin is already in and out of the game. That ball came in and exploded his bat handle. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Inside, that got him. Got him in the hand. He'll head down to first. See if he's okay. He appears to be okay, and the bases are now loaded. Ducks all over the pond. As long as Harris isn't hurt, that's about the best thing you can get out of that. Looked like it hit him in the left forearm. And not on the bone, more on the meaty side, so he should be okay. It'll still leave a mark because that ball came in the high 90s. And that'll be it for Miller. Wow. I don't know if we're catching a break or not, but the right-hander's coming in to face Nick Allen, and hey, you never know. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Hey, I don't know who needs to hear this, but living your life to the fullest does not have to involve hiking.
I told my boss that 3 companies were after me, and I needed a raise. Which companies are after you? He said gas, electric, cable.
I'm 41 years old. I'm
42. So that means that I am older than the
Ma'am, I wrote your citation for going.
Writing me a ticket?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who my father is?
Why? Didn't your mother tell you?
Duke, Pee Wee, or Hodges, we basically had all had our best years behind us by the time we moved to LA.
For a team that had grown used to success, the 58th season was a rude shock as the Dodgers finished next to last, their worst record in 14 years. And as they began the 1959 season, the Dodgers were in need of some inspiration. They would receive it in an unlikely source, their former catcher Roy Campanella. On May 7th, the Dodgers held a tribute for Campy. It was an exhibition game against the Yankees to raise money for his medical bills. A record 93,000 people attended.
All of the lights will be turned out as Pee Wee Reed wheels the chair that holds Roy Campanella. Tonight, on his last trip to the mound, the city of Los Angeles says hello to him.
They told everybody, we want each one of you to light one match. What a sight that was.
Lights at the Coliseum, perhaps the most beautiful and dramatic moment in the history of sports.
It meant a lot. It was something that, we got to do. We got to win for people in LA. We came out here and they expected us to win, and we've got to show the fans that we're still a good ball club.
Thank you, Unknown Corey, for your contribution. First pitch on the way is a sinker off the plate to Luke Williams. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Bivens now the pitcher. Luke Williams trying to walk his way on, get a single, anything to get that run home. The 1-0. Outside wide 2-0. The hope would be is that Bivens would come out of that bullpen a little rusty, and maybe we're able to steal a run here. Azakar stands at third, just 90 feet away, ready to take the lead. The 2-0. Swing, fouls it back. 2-1. Thank you, Iron Lung. So a 2-1 count. Brings it. Swing, slices it back foul. 2-2. I don't feel like it was like that earlier, but they're showing a blue sky. It is 1 a.m. here on the East Coast. It's 10 p.m. on the West Coast. There is no sun in the sky, but it's kind of funny that that's not what it shows. The 2-2, outside wide 3-2. Now, all the ducks on the pond will be on the move. Full count, 2 outs, a walk. To tie this up, Spencer Bivens He throws a mix of 7 different pitches as a reliever. That's incredibly high. The payoff pitch. Brings it. Swing, chops it over towards third. He's going to have to hurry. Fires it over to first. High throw, but he's able to stick the tag, and that'll end the inning. Beat him by about a half step. Braves put 3 on the pond, but can't get any of them into the water. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Stop saying we talked. That was a interview, and you didn't get the job.
Hey, to whoever decided to only put 4 of them little muffins inside the Little Bites packages, you should count your days, and you definitely deserve jail time.
As the 1959 season got underway, the New York Yankees fully expected to win their 5th straight American League pennant. The Yankees were loaded with superstars and future Hall of Famers like 3-time MVP Yogi Berra, Mound whiz Whitey Ford, and Triple Crown winner Mickey Mantle.
Mantle hits a high fly ball. It's deep left center field. It's way out there. Boy, did he miss it.
In crucial situations, the powerful and talent-laden Yankees were always able to break the hearts of the American League's top contenders. Going into 1959, the Chicago White Sox had a winning record for 8 consecutive seasons and had still failed to overtake New York.
It always seemed, and my father would tell me this all the time, and my uncles, it always seemed like the Sox would be within maybe 2 or 3 games. They'd have a big 4-game series. The Yankees would come into town in Old Comiskey Park. You could get 50,000 fans per game, and this would be it, the big series against the Yankees. And then they lose 3 out of 4 of the Yanks, and they'd be done.
The frustration of getting beaten by the Yankees was hard for Chicago to deal with. But as far as losing was concerned, that was something the White Sox fans were used to. It had been 40 years since the Sox had last won the pennant, and that pennant was certainly not one to be proud of. In 1919, the American League champion White Sox lost a tainted World Series to the Cincinnati Reds, and that team would live in baseball infamy as the Black Sox.
We have guys who actually threw the World Series. They actually gave it away. If any team should have been cursed by the baseball gods, of course it should have been the Chicago White Sox.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Thank you for the membership contribution there. Unknown Corey. Of course, we had the other, pretty sure we mentioned it. 5 by Iron Lung once again. Appreciate your contribution. We go to the bottom of the 10th, runner at second, nobody out. First pitch on the way, swung on, dribbled over to third. Riley will look back the runner. That's a big out, number 1. Ramos pulling the ball and keeping Fitzgerald, though he's still in scoring position. That's a big out, number 1 for the Braves. Good job by Luke, too. On the play, Luke covered the third base back behind Riley, in case you didn't see that. First pitch on the way to Lee is a curveball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Brings it. Curveball on the outer edge. Right there for a strike. 1-1. 1-1 count. Lee 1 for 2 with the single. Pitch on the way. Swing hit up the middle. Backhanded by Ozzie. He'll flip it over to first. And it's a 4-3 put out, 2 down. On the play, Fitzgerald goes from second to third, 90 feet away from home now, representing the winning run. But there are 2 outs, which means the defense can play back a little bit. Riley's going to have to play pretty even with the bag because any kind of a dribbler, you want to make sure it doesn't get an infield single. And the one guy that I talked about the pregame show, you have to be worried about runners in scoring position, is this guy right here. Flores takes a curveball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Flores, already with an RBI earlier tonight, he just has uncanny ability to get that run home over his career. The 0-1. Curveball inside. That's the same spot he's been hitting. He's been getting called a strike, but against left-handers, it's 1-1. It's not in the zone, but he's been calling it. The 1-1 to Flores. He's set up hard of the plate. Pitch, swing and a miss, curveball. Whew! 1-2. I thought when he uncorked that one, he was going to make contact. That was a hanging curveball right down Main Street, a cement mixer. The 1-2 count. Swing. Here comes, it's a wild pitch. We're going to lose the game. Wild pitch gets away from Sean Murphy, and the Giants walk it off. Unbelievable. Giants win it 5-4. Another heartbreaking loss by the Braves. My God, that's the risk you take when you have a curveball pitcher throwing in that situation. And Murphy, I'm sure he'll tell you he should have got in front of that ball. He tried to backhand it. And I don't know if he just got crossed up and didn't expect it to go that far out. But you got to get in front of that ball to keep it in front of you, because if not, the game's over, and the game is over. Well, that's a kick in the grapes. We find another way to lose the game. I mean, we find new ways to lose every night. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 4:10 first pitch. I did take one thing away from this. At least the team didn't quit. They came out there and they fought, and they tried their best to win, just didn't come through with the big play. And an unfortunate bounce rolls us into a 5-game losing streak. And we'll turn to Bryce Elder tomorrow versus Logan Webb. 4:10 first pitch. Get some sleep, Braves country. We're going to need it. I'm going to try to keep my head out of the oven. I'll see you tomorrow. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye A sneer cooled Casey's lip, and now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.